What if a single clash of steel could topple empires and reshape a faith? What if the fate of millions hung on a moment of bloodshed, desperation, and fear? Before it spiraled into legend, the battlefield sparkled with the promise of something more sinister. This wasn't just warfare, it was a cataclysm waiting to erupt. On that fateful day, in a landscape painted crimson by ambition and betrayal, warriors didn't just fight for glory, they fought for the very soul of their people. Think of a game of chess, but instead of pawns, knights hurled themselves into the fray, their screams mingling with the clang of swords. Picture a grim comedy where the stakes were nothing less than the existence of a belief that would ignite devotion or despair across generations. Flashes of sunlight reflected off blades, casting eerie shadows as if the gods themselves were watching, amused by the folly of mortal men. Laughter echoed amidst the chaos, a jarring reminder that even in the face of annihilation, humanity found humor in absurdity. It's like watching a slapstick film where the punchline is death, and the fateful twist comes when you realize the joke is on everyone involved. What drove men to commit atrocities in the name of faith? Was it courage or sheer lunacy? Bodies littered the ground, each one a testament to the price of conviction. The smell of sweat mingled with iron, creating a perfume of desperation that clung to the air like a specter of doom. Heroes and cowards bled alike, their dreams drowned in the mud, their screams swallowed by the dust of eternity. But beneath this macabre spectacle lay secrets, whispers exchanged in the shadows, conspiracies crafted in the dark corners of taverns. Who pulled the strings? Who sculpted this chaos into a crucible of faith? Were the leaders truly pious, or simply politicians in armor? As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows lengthened, revealing the truth hidden in the chaos. The battle was merely a pretext, a facade for an ancient grudge that demanded blood. The battlefield became a stage for a tragedy that would echo through the ages. Spies, treachery, and hidden agendas twisted the narrative like a serpent coiling around its prey. Every fallen soldier was a pawn sacrificed on the chessboard of divine will. Lurking in the debris, a choice simmered, one that could ignite a religion or snuff it out like a candle in a tempest. What if the victor was not the one who triumphed in battle, but rather the one who twisted the aftermath into a tale of divine intervention? The echoes of victory sang a tune of power that resonated far beyond the blood-soaked earth. In the end, it wasn't about the flesh and bone lost in the fight, it was about the ideologies forged in the fires of conflict. What if this battle was the fulcrum upon which the beliefs of millions pivoted? What if the true war was for hearts and minds, waged long after the last sword clashed? The answer lurks in the shadows, waiting for the daring to seek it out, if they dare. The wind howled through the crumbling ruins, a mournful sound that echoed the heartbeats of the last few who dared to tread upon this forsaken ground. I stood there, my breath forming ghostly wisps in the chill, feeling the weight of ancient shadows pressing against my skin. A storm was brewing, the sky heavy with clouds that churned like a restless sea. It was here, in this desolate place, that everything began, where faith was born from desperation, and despair forged convictions that would ripple through time, clawing at the very essence of existence. I remember the first time I met Elara. Her eye sparkled with a fierce defiance, and though she wore the tattered remnants of a life once vibrant, there was an unyielding fire within her that whispered secrets of something greater. She was an unlikely prophet, standing on the edge of a world teetering on the brink, her voice a haunting melody that drew the broken and the lost into her orbit. Elara believed in the divine, in a power that transcended the petty squabbles of humanity. But her heart bore the scars of betrayal, and it was that very betrayal that would set her on a collision course with destiny. I remember when Tobias joined us, a shadow cast long before his arrival. He moved with an intensity that spoke of pain, of loss, his fingers stained with the ink of forgotten prayers, scrawled in the margins of his mind. He had been a scholar, once, drowning in dusty tomes and the weight of others' wisdom, but he had lost faith in the written word. The ink had betrayed him, it had turned to ash in his hands. And so, he sought the truth in the embers of chaos, the flickers of rebellion that danced in Elara's eyes. Faith is a fire, Elara would say, her voice trembling with passion, and every heart a hearth waiting to ignite. But fire is fickle, isn't it? One moment it warms you, the next it consumes you whole. Tobias had felt the burn, he had watched as the flames licked at his dreams, turning hope into charred remains. He longed for redemption, for something to believe in again. But how could one find faith in a world drenched in darkness? On that day, as the storm raged above us, the ground trembled beneath the weight of our convictions. We gathered in the ruins, the remnants of a forgotten temple, its stones slick with rain and sorrow, each one a testament to the struggles of those who came before us. The air crackled with anticipation and dread, a palpable tension that surged like electricity in my veins. Tobias spoke first, his voice low but fierce, cutting through the cacophony around us. What if we built something new? A belief untainted by the failures of the past. His words hung in the air, heavy with possibility and fear, a challenge issued to the very fabric of our existence. Would it not be worth the risk? Ilara's gaze sharpened, as if she could see the fragments of hope waiting to be forged anew, yet doubt flickered behind her eyes. "And what if it crumbles?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, trembling with the weight of 1,000 unasked questions. "What if we become the architects of our own destruction?" Time slowed, the storm outside becoming a distant echo as we stood on the precipice of something monumental. I felt my heartbeat quicken, the rhythm thrumming through me like a war drum. In this moment, I understood, we were not merely seeking to create a new faith, we were grappling with our own identities, each of us a puzzle piece seeking to fit somewhere in this chaotic universe. A flicker of lightning illuminated the ruins, revealing fleeting shadows that danced across the stone walls, ghosts of those who had come before us, their whispers coaxing us into the unknown. "What do we fear more?" I asked, my voice breaking through the charged silence. "The darkness that surrounds us, or the light that beckons us forward?" Ilara's eyes flashed with something that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. It was the spark of a dream, the kind that could ignite a revolution or plunge us deeper into despair. "We fear our own fragility," she replied, her voice trembling. "But in embracing it, we become powerful beyond measure." And just like that, the storm within us broke free, pouring forth emotions long hidden behind the masks we wore. The words tumbled from each of us like cascading stones, building toward a crescendo that threatened to drown us in its intensity. Each confession was a shard of glass, cutting through the silence, raw and unfiltered. We spoke of pain, loss, and betrayal, of the darkness that snugly fit around our hearts. We spoke of dreams that had turned to dust, of hopes that flickered like dying embers. And yet, within that darkness, glimmers of light began to emerge, fragile yet undeniable. "What if we could forge a new beginning?" Tobias murmured, his voice shaking with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. The storm intensified outside, a symphony of chaos that mirrored our tumultuous hearts. But in that moment, we found strength in vulnerability, holding onto one another as if we were the last bastion against the encroaching night. Together, we stepped further into the unknown, hands clasped tightly, bound by fear and hope, a fragile alliance that would birth something both beautiful and terrifying. I can still hear the echoes of our vows, rising above the tempest and reaching for the heavens. We would become the architects of our own faith, a faith that embraced the darkness while seeking the light. As we stood amidst the ruins, our hearts pounding in unison, I knew we were on the cusp of something monumental. I felt it deep within my bones, an electric charge that thrummed through the air. Little did we know, the path ahead would be fraught with challenges that would test the very fabric of our resolve. The shadows whispered of betrayals yet to come, of trials that would threaten to tear us apart. But the fire within us burned bright, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. And as the storm raged on, I felt a haunting sense of inevitability, a reminder that in pursuit of faith, we would forever be entangled in the web of our own humanity. The night was suffocating, a blanket of darkness pressing down, heavy with the weight of unvoiced fears. A wisp of smoke curled into the air, each tendril a reminder of the violence that simmered just beneath the surface. In the distance, the sound of clashing metal echoed like the heartbeat of a restless beast. I stood at the edge of it all, a mere whisper in a cacophony of chaos, yet I felt the tremors of history trembling through my bones. I remember the moment he turned, his face a mask of desperation, a soldier cloaked in shadows, haunted by decisions that bled into the ground. Thomas, my brother, the once idealistic dreamer turned reluctant warrior, his hands trembling over the hilt of his sword. "What have we become, Myra?" he spat, voice raw and choked with unspoken nightmares. I could see the flicker of the torchlight dancing in his eyes, illuminating the conflict that raged within him. He wasn't just afraid of the battle, he was terrified of what it meant to become the very monster we'd sworn to fight. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the abyss. But my own heart was tangled in its own struggle, a tempest of hope and despair. The weight of our family's legacy hung over us, like a noose fashioned from the countless battles fought and lost, the ideals of honor and glory twisted into a grotesque mockery of itself. I was no warrior, I was a witness caught in the crossfire of ambition and obligation. We have to stand, Thomas. If we don't fight now, what will be left? My voice quivered, a fragile thing, clinging to the edges of resolve. Across the ravaged landscape, our once thriving city now lay in ruins, a city that had once thrummed with life, now drained of color, drenched in the scent of decay. The air, thick with uncertainty, carried whispers of rebellion and betrayal, like a ghost haunting the living. The factions had risen, each one a wolf in sheep's clothing, masked in ideologies that promised salvation but delivered only devastation. They spoke of freedom from tyranny, yet their hands were stained with the blood of innocence. And then there was Elena, the firebrand who stirred hearts with her words, a beacon in this gathering storm. I had watched her transform from a mere child clutching dreams into a fearless leader, a martyr in her own right. "This is bigger than us," she would cry, her voice rising above the noise, igniting sparks of hope in the dimmest of souls. But I saw the cracks in her armor, the flicker of doubt that haunted her on sleepless nights, as she stood before her followers, a goddess in their eyes but a mere mortal within. I remember, she would whisper to me, her breath hitching with the weight of the world, the days when we laughed without fear. But laughter had become a ghost, a fleeting memory swallowed by despair. The tension in the air was palpable, a living thing, coiling around us like a serpent ready to strike. I could feel it in my bones, the electric pulse of anticipation that thrummed beneath the surface, a reminder that this was not a game. It was a reckoning. The battle was a breath away, and we were caught in its turbulent current, helpless against the tide. The clock was ticking, each second like a pendulum swinging, counting down to the moment when the world would shatter. I stood in the shadows, the cold ground beneath my feet a stark reminder of reality. "Remember when you said we could change the world?" I whispered to Thomas, feeling the tears pooling in my eyes. "What if this is our chance?" But even as I spoke, I could see the doubt etched into his features, the chasm between our hopes and our fears widening with each heartbeat. The moon hung high, a witness to our turmoil, draped in a veil of clouds that shifted ominously, as if the universe itself held its breath. Elena rallied the troops, her voice a clarion call, resonating with the fervor of 1,000 unspent dreams. "Tonight, we fight not just for ourselves, but for those who cannot," she shouted, but her words felt like a fragile glass, beautiful yet ready to shatter at the slightest touch. I watched her, caught between admiration and dread. What if she fell? What if our dreams crumbled like the buildings around us, reduced to rubble? I wanted to scream at the heavens, to shake my fist at fate, to claw my way through the fabric of this grim reality and rewrite the ending. As night deepened, I could feel the shadows leaching into my heart, chilling my resolve. What was the cost of this battle? Would it be worth the lives that would slip through our fingers like grains of sand? The cries of the wounded echoed in my mind, a harbinger of the bloodshed to come. I could see it in their eyes, fear, anger, and that unquenchable fire of hope. We were all so entwined in this web of fate, each of us a thread in an intricate tapestry, yet every thread vulnerable, every heart a potential casualty. And then, a silence fell, a pause that swallowed the world, each breath suspended in time, the anticipation almost unbearable. In that moment, all rational thoughts dissolved, and all that remained was the raw pulse of our shared humanity. I looked into Thomas's eyes, saw the flicker of resolve battling against the weight of uncertainty. "No matter what happens," I murmured, "we find our way back to each other." I remember the way he nodded, a solemn promise laced with fear, the bond between us unbreakable, even in the face of impending doom. The dawn would rise, regardless of the choices we made. But as the stars faded one by one, I felt the world shift beneath my feet, the path unfolding toward an inevitable clash. The horizon loomed, dark and foreboding, and in that moment, I understood, this was not merely a battle of swords but of souls, caught in an unrelenting tide, each heartbeat a countdown to an unknown future. Would we emerge as heroes, or would our dreams be buried beneath the weight of our failures? The answer danced just out of reach, a shimmering mirage amid the chaos of our lives, leaving only the echo of our hopes in its wake. A shout cut through the air, sharp and jagged, the kind that cleaves the very fabric of silence. A figure stood at the crossroads, backlit by the distant glow of torches, the flames flickering like the desperate heart of a dying star. "This is where it ends." The words cascaded through the gathering darkness, each syllable a stone thrown into a roiling sea of tension. I remember the sweat trickling down my spine, the taste of iron in my mouth. I was there, a mere witness, an unwilling observer trapped in the cyclone of ideology and raw emotion. In the heart of the crowd, Clara's eyes were ablaze, her convictions forged in the fires of pain. She had lost everything to the rot of blind faith, her family torn apart by the very sect she now condemned. I could see it in the twitch of her fingers, the way she clenched her fists, her nails biting into her palms. She looked ready to explode, a storm brewing beneath her porcelain skin. Across from her, the imposing figure of Jonah loomed, his shadow stretching out like a dark omen. He had once been a beacon of hope, a voice of reason among the faithful, but now that faith had warped into something grotesque, a twisted vine choking the life from the garden of his soul. The weight of his beliefs pressed down upon him, suffocating. I could see it in the way he shifted, the flicker of doubt in his eyes. But doubt was a dangerous thing, a treacherous tide that could drown even the most resolute. "Your blasphemy will lead us all to ruin." Jonah spat, and the crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath that hummed in the air like a live wire. The echo of his words hung heavy, filling the space between them, a chasm that demanded a bridge of understanding yet offered none. Clara stepped forward, her voice breaking the tension with the sharpness of glass. "And your blind obedience will destroy what little remains. Can't you see? This is about survival, not submission." A hush fell, thick and oppressive, as if the night itself held its breath. In that moment, I felt the world tremble beneath us, balance teetering on the edge of a knife. I remember the scent of damp earth, sharp and intoxicating, mingling with the sweat and fear wafting from the crowd. In the shadows, whispers fluttered like moths to a flame, murmurs of loyalty and betrayal, love and hate. They danced between the two figures, two sides of a coin that spun faster than time itself, each moment a heartbeat, alive and pulsing with the weight of choices unmade. Jonah's hands trembled, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles blanched white. "You think your pain gives you the right to defy the sacred?" His voice cracked, revealing the flicker of vulnerability beneath the iron facade. The crowd surged forward, caught in a tide of emotions that ebbed and flowed like the waves of the ocean under a moonlit sky. I remember the fear that coursed through me, a visceral reminder of the stakes. This wasn't just about them anymore, this was about us, the tangled web of humanity caught in the crossfire of ideology. Clara's breath hitched, her heart pounding like a war drum. "I do not seek to defy. I seek to live. To exist beyond the shackles of your doctrine." Each word stabbed at the air, drawing blood from the silence. She raised her chin, a warrior unbroken, but beneath that fierce exterior, I could see the cracks. The ghosts of her past danced like phantoms behind her eyes, memories of laughter turned into screams, love twisted into betrayal. The crowd was restless, a collection of souls bound together by fear and hope, uncertainty churning like storm clouds on the horizon. I could feel their pulse, could taste their anticipation. Would they rise with Clara, fueled by her fierce defiance, or would they fall back under Jonah's iron grip, shackled by the weight of tradition? "Your survival is an illusion, Clara." Jonah's voice roared, shaking the air like thunder. "You will never escape the tenets that bind us. You are lost." The desperation hung between them, thick as smoke, and yet it was in that moment that I saw the tiniest flicker of understanding, an acknowledgement of shared pain, of shared humanity beneath the layers of ideology. But before it could blossom into something beautiful, Clara's anger flared, igniting the air like a match struck against the dark. "Lost? I was lost when I followed your teachings blindly. When I believed in a God who turned his back on my family. The only thing I found was your betrayal." The crowd swelled, a living entity caught in the riptide of Clara's words. They surged forward, hearts pounding in rhythm, each beat a question hanging in the air. What do we believe? What will we fight for? In that moment, time stretched like a taut wire ready to snap. The space between Clara and Jonah became a battleground, ideologies colliding like ancient titans, each filled with the weight of history, with the scars of those who had come before. Their bodies shifted, echoing the conflict in their souls, and I felt it, the electric charge of anticipation, of fear, of hope. Jonah's voice softened, a whisper now, barely rising above the din. You do not understand, Clara. This is not just about faith, it is about who we are. I cannot let you tear apart what we have built. Tears brimmed in Clara's eyes, but fury ignited her spirit. What you have built is a prison. A shackle draped in the guise of salvation. And in that moment, I could see it, the human condition laid bare, raw and throbbing. Ideology, once a fortress, crumbled into dust under the weight of truth. But in that truth lay the heart of conflict, a fierce, unyielding struggle for identity, for existence. I remember the way the horizon swallowed the last light of day, shadows creeping in like whispers of doubt. The crowd held its breath, their fates entwined, hanging in the balance, caught in the storm of ideology, waiting, always waiting, for the next heartbeat, the next breath, the next cry of defiance. The fireworks of conflict loomed, poised to erupt, and as I stood there in the gathering darkness, I knew that this was only the beginning. The echoes of their battle would linger in the air, a haunting melody that would not fade, a reminder that in the space between beliefs lay the fragile thread of humanity, struggling, yearning, alive. The air crackled with electricity, a tension so palpable it felt like the world was holding its breath. Beneath the blood-red sky, where clouds churned like the boiling ambitions of men, two figures stood at the edge of a cliff, one drenched in shadows, the other awash in a desperate light. I remember the taste of the storm in the air, a bitter tang that settled like unease in my chest. I remember the weight of their silence, thick and suffocating, charged with the ghosts of unspoken words. Lyra's heart thundered against her ribs, a frantic echo of her racing thoughts. She clutched the hilt of her sword, the grip slick with her sweat, a reminder of her vulnerability, a reminder of the price of survival. She was the last of her family, the weight of her lineage pressing down, a legacy she was never sure she wanted. We can't trust them, she said, her voice trembling, barely a whisper against the roaring wind. Not King Eric. Not his ilk. They're snakes, Lyran. And we're just the mice they're feasting on. Lyran, her brother, stood resolute, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the sun was bleeding into the earth. Sometimes, sister, the snakes have fangs we need. We're outnumbered. We need allies, even if they bite. His voice was steady, but I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the gnawing fear that this path could lead them to ruin. I remember how the shadows danced around him, whispering doubts that clawed at the edges of his resolve. The wind howled, a mournful dirge that echoed their unspoken fears. The kingdom was poised on the brink of war, and every heartbeat told them they were days away from a cataclysm that might swallow them whole. Alliances forged in desperation were as fragile as glass, and as the clock ticked down, every second hummed with urgency. Lyra's thoughts spiraled, every choice she made felt like a curse. The weight of her family's demise hung over her, a shroud that turned her heart to stone. You don't understand. They'll betray us. They always do. Or perhaps they'll save us, Lyran countered, his voice rising, matching the fury of the storm above. I felt the tremor in his words, the plea beneath the bravado. He was terrified, just as she was, and yet he was willing to gamble their lives on the slimmest hope. We can't fight this battle alone. Just then, a distant rumble broke through the storm, a sound that sent a shiver down my spine. The armies were gathering, shadows shifting in the distance, a sea of armor and fear marching toward a collision that would rewrite their fate. I remember the way Lyra's breath caught in her throat, the dawning realization that the moment for choice was slipping from her grasp. In the city below, the tavern spilled laughter over chipped tables, the clink of ale mugs mingling with the scent of roasting meat. But in this moment, Lyra and Lyran were far removed from that warmth, standing on the edge of a precipice, teetering between hope and despair. I could almost hear the echoes of the laughter, a cruel reminder of the innocence that would soon be ripped away. Meanwhile, in the heart of that raucous tavern, Eric's voice boomed, deep and rich, a melody that seduced the weary. "Victory is close at hand," he declared, raising his goblet high, as dancing with ambition. He was a lion among sheep, commanding allegiance with a charisma that chilled the marrow. But I knew what lay beneath that facade, the darkness that thrummed in his veins. I remember the fearless glint in his eyes, and yet, I also felt the emptiness behind the bravado, the way he gnawed on secrets like a starving wolf. But loyalty was like a fickle breeze, it twisted and turned, shifting with the tides of power. His followers cheered, their voices a cacophony of blind hope, unaware of the shadows nipping at their heels. "We stand for glory. For honor. For those who would dare oppose us." Eric's bravado was infectious, igniting a fire that danced dangerously close to madness. Yet, I could see the doubts flickering in the eyes of some, the murmurs of discontent swirling like embers in the wind. Back on the cliff, Lyra wrestled with herself, the storm inside her more tempestuous than the one above. "What if we fail?" she said, her voice cracking, revealing the chasm of fear that lay beneath her courageous facade. "What if we throw ourselves to the wolves, and get nothing but blood on our hands?" "Then we fight," Lyran replied, his voice fierce, a shield against the encroaching despair. "We fight until we can't. Because to do nothing is to let them win." His unwavering resolve ignited something within her, a flicker of determination against the encroaching shadows. I remember the way her heart swelled, a surge of connection that pulsed between them, binding them through shared fear and fierce love. But that bond was not enough to shield them from the inevitable. As the dark clouds rolled in, the first raindrops began to fall, heavy and cold, each drop a reminder of the storm that lay ahead. I felt the urgency, the tension tightening around them like a noose. Time was slipping away, and the moment of truth was drawing near. The armies were gathering. The skies were darkening. I could almost hear the clock ticking, echoing the uncertainty of their fates, the inevitability of conflict written in the stars. And in that fleeting moment, as Lyra looked into Lyran's eyes, she saw not just her brother, but a warrior, a hope, a glimmer of something worth fighting for. The line between life and death was razor thin. The echoes of laughter morphed into screams that would pierce the very fabric of their reality. They stood at the cusp of everything, fear and courage, betrayal and loyalty, shadows and light. The world was waiting, and the storm was just beginning. The wind howled like a wounded beast, tearing through the dilapidated streets, rattling windows as though the very soul of the city was in torment. It was a night steeped in shadows, a night when dread wrapped itself around the heart like a vice. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, the tension thick enough to choke on. A single streetlight flickered, casting a sickly glow on the cobblestones beneath my feet. I could feel it, the crackle of impending chaos, the electric pulse of something wicked about to erupt. Elena was at the center of it all, her fierce eyes aflame with determination. She was no ordinary leader, she was a force of nature, driven by a complex weave of pain and purpose. They called her a revolutionary, a savior, but I knew her deeper truth. Beneath the iron will, beneath the hard exterior, lay a heart shattered by loss. The echoes of her brother's fate haunted her, an innocent caught in the crossfire of a war that was never meant to be his. I remember the night she found out, her scream had pierced the stillness, a sound that would forever be etched in my mind. She'd sworn vengeance, a promise that twisted inside her like barbed wire. Across the city, in a hidden chamber thick with smoke and secrets, Marcus sat, his fingers tracing the outline of a map sprawled across the table. His brow furrowed in concentration, yet the weight of his own choices loomed large over him. He was a strategist, a man whose mind could cut through the fog of chaos, but the man behind the plan bore the scars of his own battles. I remember the flash of guilt in his eyes when he spoke of the innocent lives lost, lives that faded like whispers in the dark. I had to make the hard choices, he'd said, voice cracking, but at what cost? In that moment, he was both the architect of destruction and a reluctant soldier fighting a war not of his making, torn between loyalty to his cause and the humanity he could no longer ignore. The tension between them was palpable, a tightrope walk over a chasm filled with their shared regrets. The city itself felt alive, a silent witness to their conflict, its heartbeat matched with the rhythm of their struggle. Elena and Marcus were the key players on this chessboard of nightmares, each move a calculated risk, each encounter a step closer to the edge. I remember the first time they met, an accidental collision of fate and fury. She'd stormed into his domain, rage spilling from her like a tidal wave. "You think you can play God?" she spat, every word laced with venom. The air crackled between them, electric and raw, two forces colliding in a whirlwind of ideology and emotion. "God doesn't exist in this world," he replied, voice steady yet heavy with unspoken pain. "Only choices." And there it was, the chasm of their beliefs laid bare, one seeking to dismantle a broken system, the other trying to salvage what remained. I could see the flicker of understanding in her eyes for a brief second, an ember of common ground that ignited the flames of possibility. But the moment passed, and the anger returned, straining against the invisible thread that connected them. The night deepened, casting long shadows that danced like specters down the alleyways. I remember the clash of voices rising and falling, the desperation and hope intertwining in a haunting melody. The city was a ghost town, but it echoed with their promises of freedom, of justice, of revenge. Each promise was a double-edged sword, a reflection of their inner turmoil, as they fought against the spirits of their own making. And then, the moment arrived, the confrontation they both dreaded and desired. Each step towards one another felt like a leap into the abyss. I could feel my heart racing, the air thick with anticipation. Elena's fists were clenched, nails biting into her palms, as she faced Marcus across the deserted square. The world around them faded, the noise of the city muffled into a haunting silence. "You don't get to dictate my fight," she breathed, every syllable dripping with defiance. "You don't know what it's like to lose everything." "I lost too," he countered, voice low, almost a whisper, but the pain in it was unmistakable. "We're not so different." In that shared moment of vulnerability, I felt the tension crackle like lightning. The air shimmered with unspoken truths, regrets that threatened to drown them both. The ghosts of their past loomed large, casting long shadows over their souls. They were two sides of the same coin, one searching for retribution, the other seeking redemption. As the clock struck midnight, the weight of their choices hung heavy in the air, thick as the fog rolling in from the sea. The world felt paused, suspended in a delicate balance between hope and despair, love and hatred. I remember the way time stretched, as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for one of them to leap into the unknown. The confrontation was a raw exposure of wounds that had never healed. I could see the flicker of fear in Elena's eyes, fear of becoming what she fought against, of losing herself in the chaos. And Marcus, the strategist, the leader, stood on the brink of his own abyss, caught in a tempest of guilt and duty. I felt their hearts beat in sync, a primal rhythm echoing against the cold, unyielding stones of the square. There was no easy resolution here, no neatly tied-up ending. Just the raw, ugly truth that life rarely offers clarity. The night continued to stretch, the shadows deepening, alive with potential and peril, a promise of what lay ahead. In that charged moment, I felt a part of me intertwining with theirs, a shared heartbeat, a collective breath held against the tide of chaos. And as the clock continued to tick, marking time with heavy, relentless strokes, I knew the story would not end here. It lingered, like a haunting melody, echoing through the alleyways, through the hearts of those who dared to dream in a world steeped in darkness. The confrontation was but a precursor, a prelude to something more profound, a dance on the edge of destiny. The weight of their choices would reverberate far beyond this night, an eternal struggle, a story that would pulse like a live wire in the heart of the city, forever unresolved, forever entwined. The wind howled through the shattered remnants of the old temple, its icy breath weaving through the cracks like a ghost searching for something lost. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering in and out of existence, a haunting reminder of promises made and broken. The air was thick with tension, as if the very fabric of time held its breath, waiting for something to snap, to scream, to set the world ablaze with conflict. I stood there, heart pounding, trapped in a moment that felt like an eternity, the echoes of prophecy whispering in the corners of my mind. I remember the faces. Mara, eyes wide with fear, clutched her brother's hand as though it were a lifeline. She was always the brave one, the one who faced the storm with a defiant glare. But tonight, her courage felt fragile, like glass ready to shatter. They say the stars have aligned, she murmured, her voice barely more than a breath, as if speaking too loudly might summon the very wrath of fate. I felt her fear wrap around me, suffocating and intoxicating, a reminder of the weight of prophecy that loomed over us like a dark cloud. And then there was Eli, his brow furrowed, mouth drawn tight. He was a skeptic, the grounded one, always questioning the signs, the portents. "It's just a story," he said, but I could see the tremor in his hands, the tightness in his jaw. Just a tale to keep the villagers in line. But the villagers were restless, their faith turning to fury, the kindling of violence crackling beneath our feet. Prophecy was no longer a mere story, it had transformed into a weapon, blurring the lines between belief and blood. I remember the night the elders called for a gathering. A flickering torchlight illuminated the faces of men and women twisted with anger and confusion, their voices rising like a chorus of crows. Each one cried out for vengeance, for justice, convinced that the prophecy had set their destinies irrevocably on a path of conflict. "They're coming for us," an old man shouted, his voice a gravelly bark. "The ones who believe the end is nigh." The word end echoed in my mind like the tolling of a death knell. I felt it, the palpable fear coursing through the crowd, binding us together in a shared, trembling anticipation. The prophecy had been scrawled on ancient scrolls, tales of wars and lost kingdoms, woven through with celestial symbolism, each star a beacon, each planet a harbinger of doom. I could see it in Mara's eyes, the way she leaned into her brother, as if he could shield her from the weight of it all. They believed the prophecies foretold their doom, an apocalyptic reckoning that hinged on their every decision. "We can't let them take our faith," Eli said, voice rising above the din. But his words felt hollow even to me. What was faith when it had become the very thing that divided us? The flames of that night flickered in my memory, a cruel dance of shadows and light, illuminating the truth that prophecy was a double-edged sword. It promised salvation, but it also delivered destruction. The village soon split into factions, fueled by whispers of betrayal and fears of the unknown. Mara, once so vibrant and full of laughter, now found herself caught in the chaos, a reluctant soldier in a war not of her making. "We must fight," she insisted, eyes blazing, but I could see the doubt creeping like a vine around her heart. She had always loved the stories of heroes and legends, but this was not a tale she wanted to be part of. Eli, on the other hand, sought to reason with them, to bring them back to a place of peace, but his words fell on deaf ears. "Listen to me," he cried, desperation spilling over. "These are just dreams turned into nightmares. We are tearing ourselves apart for something imagined." But the more he pleaded, the deeper the rift became, as if the shadows of prophecy had taken hold and twisted our bonds into something unrecognizable. I remember that fateful night, the torches burning brightly against the dark. The air smelled of smoke and fear, the distant sound of drums pounding like the heartbeat of a dying world. Mara and Eli stood side by side, two opposing forces caught in a storm. "We have to make a choice," Mara said, voice trembling, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We either fight or we let them come for us." And in that moment, time seemed to stretch, each heartbeat magnifying the weight of their decision. I felt their pain, their yearning for something more than this chaos, this prophecy that had turned our lives into a battlefield. The world outside the temple closed in, shadows creeping forward as if they were alive, hungry for the decisions we were about to make. The moon hung low in the sky, cloaked in clouds, as if the universe itself held its breath. I could feel the electric tension, the unsaid words hanging in the air, the secrets waiting to explode. "What if the prophecies are wrong?" Eli whispered, voice laced with anguish, but Mara's gaze hardened, determination etched on her face. "Then we make our own fate," she declared, and in that moment, the line was drawn. I remember the clash of voices, the rise and fall of hope and despair, a creeping madness that twisted through the crowd like a predator stalking its prey. The air crackled, charged with the impending storm. Those caught in its grip were powerless, swept along a current they could neither resist nor understand. And then it happened, like thunder striking the earth. A declaration, a decision, a choice that would resonate through the ages. The drums of war began to beat, echoing the prophecy that had haunted us. It was not merely a battle of swords, it was the clash of beliefs, the collision of dreams and nightmares, the sacred and the profane. Prophecy had taken root in our hearts, and we were too late to stop the tide. As the shadows danced around us, I understood the truth. Prophecy is not just a warning, it is a catalyst, igniting the flames of conflict, twisting hearts and minds until the only choice left is to fight or perish. The night swallowed our fears, our hopes, and our humanity. The echoes of prophecy would resonate long after the last sword fell. And so, we were bound, not by the ends we sought, but by the means we chose to embrace, the conflict that would shape our destinies in ways none of us could foresee. The ground trembles under the weight of unspoken fear. I feel it, a tremor in my chest, a pulse that quickens with every heartbeat. It's the morning after the storm, when the air hangs thick with the scent of wet earth and anticipation. The sky is a bruised color, a grim shroud that warns of what's to come, and I'm standing at the edge of the world I once knew, where hope flickers like a guttering candle, fragile and uncertain. A figure darts through the shadows, eyes wide, breath quickened. It's Grace, her hair, wild and unkempt, a stark contrast against the backdrop of a city preparing for war. I remember her laugh, bright as summer, now crushed beneath the weight of reality. "We don't have time, Sam," she screams, and her voice slices through the silence like glass. I feel the urgency wrap around me, suffocating, tightening like a noose. The weight of her desperation is a physical thing, it presses against my chest, a reminder that we are not just gathering forces, we are gathering fragments of ourselves, torn and frayed, each piece aching for purpose. I remember the night the world shifted, the shadows creeping closer, the bite of despair slipping into our bones. The news had come like a thunderclap, a cacophony of chaos that shattered our fragile illusions. "They're coming for us," Helen had whispered, her eyes dark pools of fear. The words hung in the air, heavy, palpable. Now we move in a whirlwind of adrenaline, gathering what we can, hoping against hope that it will be enough. Grace is searching for allies, her eyes darting, scanning faces in the crowd that milled like lost sheep. "Do you remember when we thought we could change the world?" she asks, her voice trembling. I want to tell her that I remember, but the memory feels like a ghost, a haunting echo of who we once were. It slips away, leaving only the stark reality of what we must do. I remember times when laughter was easy, when we celebrated under the stars, unaware of the darkness lurking just beyond our reach. But those nights feel like ancient history now, distant dreams smothered by encroaching nightmares. Helen stands apart, arms folded, her gaze fixed on the horizon where darkness gathers like storm clouds. She's always been the philosopher, the one who sought meaning in the absurdity of life, clinging to shards of understanding like a lifeline. "We're not just fighting for survival, Sam," she murmurs, her voice low, as if afraid to disturb the fragile balance. "We're fighting for every moment we took for granted." I see the fire in her eyes, a flicker of defiance that momentarily banishes the shadows. But I know better. I know that hope and despair are two sides of the same coin, and we are caught in a relentless spin, desperate to land on the right side. I remember the whisper of the past, how simple it all seemed before fear became a constant companion. The streets once danced with life, now they echo with ghostly silence, punctured only by distant cries that chill the spine. We gather in a dilapidated warehouse, the air thick with dust and dread. Old wooden beams creak under the weight of forgotten dreams, and I can hear the rustle of plans being forged. The flickering light casts long shadows, and I can't help but feel like we're all actors in a tragic play, each of us writing the script with trembling hands. "Do you think we'll win?" Grace asks, her voice barely above a whisper. I search her face, the fear etched into her features. "We have to try," I manage, though the words feel hollow, an echo in the cavern of my heart. I think of the people we've lost, the ones whose laughter has been silenced, and I feel the weight of their absence, a burden that threatens to crush me. I remember their faces, the way they lit up the room, and it makes my heart ache. But we can't dwell in sorrow, we must gather strength from the spaces they left behind. The plan is to reach out, to unite the disillusioned, the broken. We spread our nets wide, casting for allies who share our resolve. The clock ticks down, each second a reminder of the inevitability of conflict. In the darkness, whispers become weapons, fragments of stories that knit us together, even as fear threatens to tear us apart. I remember the moment when I first realized that hope could be as fierce as despair. It came in a fleeting glance shared with Helen, when we both understood that our fight was not just for survival, but for the very essence of who we are. And yet, dread coils in my stomach, a serpent of doubt. What if we fail? What if our voices are drowned out by the chaos? I watch as Grace speaks passionately, her hand slicing through the air as if wielding a sword. We cannot let them take our spirit, she declares, and I feel the power in her words. It ignites a flicker within me, a spark that threatens to transform into a flame. But shadows flit at the edges of my mind, dark thoughts whispering that the price of this fight may be too high. In the midst of this gathering, a sudden silence blankets the room, thick and suffocating. It's as if the universe holds its breath, waiting. I see the faces of my friends, determined, frightened, resolute. A storm brews inside me, and I know that this is only the beginning. The real battle looms ahead, and it will test every ounce of our resolve. The air is electric, charged with the weight of unspoken fears and dreams yet to be realized. As we gather forces, resources, and the remnants of our hopes, I feel the enormity of our task pressing down, an unbearable load borne by shoulders that are already weary. The fight is not just against an enemy, it's against the dark corners of our own hearts, where despair festers, where fear whispers lies. We must confront the shadows within before we can face those without. In this moment, time distorts, it stretches, contracts, and loops back on itself. I remember laughter, I remember love and loss, I remember that fire sparked in the darkest of nights. And as we mobilize, I feel the weight of their memories propelling us forward. Our journey has no clear ending, no neat resolution. It twists and turns, a labyrinth of uncertainty, but it is ours. We are the soldiers of our own making, the architects of survival, and as we prepare for what lies ahead, I know that we will continue to fight, together, as one. There will be no conclusions, no neat endings. Just the relentless march of time, the pulse of fear and hope, the gathering of forces, the unyielding desire to not only survive but to reclaim the light. And deep within, I feel a flicker, a promise, to gather, to fight, to rise, and to never forget. The ground trembles beneath our feet, a low rumble like the growl of a waking beast. The air is thick with the sharp tang of desperation, a metallic scent that burrows into the back of the throat. In the distance, the shadows of the valley stretch long and dark, recalling the silhouettes of forgotten warriors. I find myself standing at the precipice, heart pounding with the weight of history pressing down on my shoulders like a millstone. Around me, the whispers of those who have come before seem to echo, their stories woven into the very soil, stories of ambition, betrayal, and blood. I remember the way Ilara's eyes glinted with determination, a fierce flame against her pale skin. She was more than just a soldier, she was a compass, guiding us through the fog of war. Her hands, calloused and scarred, had held the reins of our future. We must take that ridge, she'd said, voice steady, even as the world crumbled around us. It's the key to victory. Without it, we're nothing but drifting leaves on the wind. And I, a mere footnote in this grand saga, felt the crushing weight of her words. I remember how I nodded, though doubt gnawed at me like a feral dog. What did I know of strategy? What did I know of war? My heart raced, a wild creature trapped in a cage of uncertainty. Ilara was fearless, while I was a whisper of fear wrapped in a shroud of indecision. As the sun dipped low, painting the sky in a palette of blood and ash, I could feel the tension coiling tighter in the air, a taut string ready to snap. The valley, with its verdant hills and treacherous paths, was alive, a breathing entity that craved sacrifice. Each rise and fall of the land whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. The trees, ancient and wise, seemed to lean closer, eavesdropping on the hushed conversations about strategy and survival. Then there was Merrick, a boy with laughter that echoed like silver bells, now twisted by the horrors he'd seen. I remember the way he'd once spoken of dreams where he soared above the clouds, free from the shackles of reality. But now, he stood firm, eyes shadowed with the weight of loss. The ridge is ours for the taking, he told me, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. We can't let them have it. Not again. I felt the tremor in his voice, a mixture of anger and fear that twisted my own heart. Merrick, I whispered, fear clawing at my throat. What if we fail? His response was raw, edged with pain. If we fail, we lose everything. This is our moment. The night wrapped around us, thick and suffocating, as the stars blinked down like indifferent gods. I could hear the distant rumble of voices, a cacophony of warriors preparing for a storm. They were out there, somewhere in the dark, rehearsing their last breaths. I could almost taste the acrid smoke of battle in the air, a bitter reminder that we were mere pawns in a game played by forces far greater than ourselves. We huddled together, the three of us, in a fragile bubble of camaraderie that was both a comfort and a curse. Elara's voice broke through the silence, fierce enough to slice through the encroaching dread. We know this land like the backs of our hands. It will protect us as we protect it. Her determination ignited something within me, a flicker of hope that surged like a wave through my veins. Yet, the land itself felt like a trickster, shifting and changing as we moved. Every tree, every rock, was laden with the memories of those who had come before us, ghosts of an untold history. I could almost hear their laughter mingling with cries of anguish, forming a haunting symphony that resonated deep within me. This place, this cursed, beautiful valley, cradled our fates in its gnarled hands. The shadows loomed larger, threatening to swallow us whole. The moon, a ghostly eye, bore witness as we marched toward the inevitable. As the first breath of dawn brushed against the horizon, painting the sky in shades of despair and hope, we took our positions. The ridge loomed before us, a formidable fortress of stone and earth, but it was more than that, it was the linchpin of our future. I could almost hear the heartbeats of my comrades synchronizing with the pulse of the earth. Elara moved like a spirit through the shadows, her presence a beacon amid the uncertainty. Remember, she whispered, the land knows its own. Her voice was both a promise and a challenge, urging us to become one with the ground beneath our feet. I could see the determination in her eyes, a fire that both terrified and inspired me. And then there was Merrick, his face set in a mask of resolve. The way he clenched his jaw spoke of a million unvoiced fears, yet he stood unwavering. For them, he murmured, glancing toward the horizon where the sun began to bleed. The call to arms shattered the dawn's fragile silence, a thunderous roar that sent chills racing down my spine. I remember the way the ground shook, as if the very earth itself rebelled against the chaos about to unfold. The clash of metal, the cries of men, all merging into a single cacophony, a symphony of despair and defiance. I inhaled, the air heavy with the scent of sweat and steel, and felt the tremor of fate weaving through our hearts. My pulse quickened, each beat echoing the urgency of the moment. This was it, the confrontation we had all been waiting for. Fear and adrenaline danced together in an unholy waltz as we surged forward, the valley stretching wide before us, a living testament to the battles of the past. The ridge was within our grasp, but so were the ghosts of those who had fought before, a chorus of faded echoes urging us onward. The strategic importance of this location was not just in its geography, but in the very essence of what we were fighting for. I could feel it, a pulse beneath my feet, a thread weaving us together in a tapestry of chaos and courage, binding our destinies, our dreams, our hearts. The clash was imminent, and as the first arrows flew through the air like harbingers of fate, I knew we were standing on the cusp of something monumental. The valley was alive, and we were its reluctant children, called forth to write the next chapter in the story of our land, a tale that would echo long after the last breath was taken. In that moment of uncertainty, we were everything and nothing, and the battle would rage on, a relentless tide lapping at our very souls. The ground trembles beneath her feet, a heartbeat thrumming in the dark. Clara can feel the pulse of the earth, a primal warning that whispers of violence, a storm brewing out there, beyond the flickering shadows of the alley where she hides. She presses herself against the cold, damp brick, her breath shallow, each gasp a reminder of the weight of fate pressing on her shoulders. Today was supposed to be a day like any other. But now, beneath the shroud of twilight, dread curls around her like smoke. Where is he? The words slip from her mouth, a frantic prayer more than a question. She remembers the warmth of his smile, the way it cut through her insecurities like sunlight piercing a storm. But now? Now it feels like a lifetime since she last felt safe. Her heart races, echoing against the silence that envelops the streets. A sound, a distant clash, metal on metal, sharp and unforgiving. Clara's breath catches. She slides a trembling hand into her pocket where a crumpled letter lies clenched, the ink smeared from her own sweat. "Meet me by the fountain," it said. "Tonight." But instead, she finds herself ensnared in a world of shadows and uncertainty, the air thick with tension. The alley bends sharply, narrow and suffocating. From the corner, she glimpses a figure, tall and shrouded. Is it him? Or a spectre, a ghost of hope taunting her? Clara! A voice slices through the darkness, raw and urgent. It's Jonah, his face streaked with the grime of desperation. The relief crashes over her like a tidal wave, but it's quickly followed by the cold grip of fear. "You shouldn't be here," he warns, glancing over his shoulder, eyes wide, betraying something she can't quite place. "I had to find you." "What's happening?" she implores, stepping closer, desperate to bridge the gap that fear keeps widening. He shakes his head, the haunted look in his eyes sending a jolt through her. "You don't understand. They're coming." Each word feels like a hammer striking steel, a chill piercing through her skin. "We can't stay. We have to go now." Without waiting for her response, he grabs her wrist, his grip firm yet trembling, as if he's afraid she might slip away. But as they sprint through the alley, the world blurs into a frenzy of shapes and shadows, the sound of their footsteps echoing like a countdown to calamity. She remembers a summer night, the air thick with laughter, the stars sprawling like spilled paint on a canvas. "Jonah, we talked about escaping this place," she whispers, the memory a bittersweet anchor in the chaos. "We spoke of a future, of warmth and light." His answer is a breathless laugh, bitter and frayed at the edges. "Future? What future can exist in a world that burns?" They halt, hearts pounding like war drums, as they reach the mouth of the alley. The street ahead is alive with chaos, figures clashing, the sounds of anguish weaving through the air like a macabre symphony. Clara's chest tightens, an unrelenting weight pressing down on her as she watches the scene unfold. Flames lick at the sky, the acrid scent of smoke curling around them, wrapping around her throat. "Stay close," Jonah murmurs, his voice barely audible over the tumult. But as they step into the chaos, a new fear grips her. She realizes with a jolt that the chaos is not just external, it's a mirror of the turmoil inside her, a battle between hope and despair. "Why did we think we could change anything?" she gasps, her voice cracking under the weight of reality. "This place has always been a war zone." Jonah's gaze pierces through the chaos, the anger in his eyes like a blaze refusing to die. "Because we had to believe that love could conquer this madness. We have to believe it still." Just then, a figure emerges from the smoke, a tall man clad in dark armor, a harbinger of their worst fears. Clara's breath hitches as she recognizes him. It's the enemy they thought they could evade, the one who represents all the shadows they fought to escape. "Stop! You cannot run from what you are." His voice booms, reverberating off the walls, a cruel reminder of their entrapment. The world seems to slow, the intensity of the moment flooding them with an electric desperation. Clara feels Jonah's hand tighten around hers, a lifeline in the growing storm. Their eyes meet, and in that instant, she knows, this is not merely a fight for survival, it's a reckoning. Together, she breathes, her resolve solidifying. Jonah nods, determination flooding his features. "Always." As they stand shoulder to shoulder, the chaos crashes around them, a backdrop to their dawning realization. They are not just players in a game, they are both the pawns and the kings, even if the board is set on fire. The skirmishes outside are a reflection of their own internal battles, an echo of the heartache and fear that has long lived within them. Clara remembers the night spent plotting escape, the dream silenced by the weight of reality. But for every dark thought that flickered in her mind, there has always been a spark of hope, a glimmer that perhaps they could forge their own destiny amidst the ashes of despair. "Now!" Jonah shouts, pulling her into the fray as the clash erupts once more, the air thick with screams and shouts. She can feel the heat of the fire on her skin, taste the bitterness of smoke in her throat. But she holds on. She clings to that spark, the flicker of a dream that refuses to die even as the world around them crumbles. In that fleeting moment, Clara understands, this battle is not only against the shadows on the streets but also against the shadows within. And as the darkness swallows them again, they plunge forward, hearts racing, minds set. They will test the waters, regardless of the storm that swirls around them. The night stretches on, tension snaking through every heartbeat, every breath, a silence filled with the promise of chaos, a dance on the precipice of destruction. The storm is only beginning, and they are right in its eye, waiting for the next wave to crash. The air was thick with tension, palpable enough to choke the breath from your lungs. A single candle flickered on the table, casting long shadows that seemed to dance with the ghosts of unfulfilled promises. In that dim light, I could see the faces of my companions, each etched with despair. There was Marco, his brow furrowed, the weight of generations pressing down on him. He was a man of ideals, yet here he was, knee-deep in a mire of reality, his hands trembling slightly as he reached for the parchment that contained our hopes, our dreams, bleeding into one desperate plea for peace. I remember the sound of the clock ticking, each second a reminder of the dwindling time we had left. The negotiations were failing, and with each turn of the minute hand, I could feel the world closing in around us. Outside, the city hummed with a restless energy, a cacophony of voices rising and falling like the tide, but in this room, there was only silence, a silence that screamed of desperation. I could almost taste the bitterness of our situation, an acrid tang on my tongue. Then there was Inns, the fierce diplomat whose heart was as tender as her resolve was unyielding. Her eyes blazed with a fire that threatened to consume her, the kind of fire born from years of fighting against a system that sought to silence her. "We can't let this slip away," she said, her voice a low growl, filled with a beautiful fury. "They need to understand what's at stake." And yet, a shadow passed over her face, a fleeting doubt that made my own heart constrict. I could see it, the haunted look of someone who had fought too many battles, who had stared into the abyss and felt it staring back. I remember the way the light pooled around her, illuminating the fierce lines of her jaw, the determination that emanated from her like heat from a flame. But just below that fierce exterior lay a vulnerability that threatened to break through, a shattering wave that would drown her if she let it. "Do you still believe in this?" I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like the final breath of a dying star. The question hung in the air, heavy with implication, like a ghost that refused to move on. Inns turned to me, and for a fleeting moment, the mask slipped. Her eyes glistened, and I could see the wavering hope, the same hope that had once bound us together like the threads of a fraying tapestry. "I have to," she replied, but even her voice trembled with the weight of uncertainty. The parchment lay before us, the ink still glistening, but the words felt like a cruel joke, promises made in the shadows of a discord we could never seem to escape. The proposal was a labyrinth of compromises, a mosaic of half-truths that seemed to mock our intentions. How could we bridge the chasm that separated us from the very people we sought to save? I could feel the pulse of the city outside, a heartbeat that mirrored my own, thumping in rhythm with the despair that clutched at my throat. A knock echoed against the door, sharp and jarring. We froze, the silence deepening as if even the walls held their breath. It was a reminder that the world outside was still in motion, oblivious to our struggles. I remember my pulse quickening as we exchanged glances, the unspoken question hanging in the air, was this a call for hope or a harbinger of doom? The door creaked open, and in walked a figure draped in shadows, a harbinger of the very conflict we were attempting to diffuse. The ambassador's face was a mask, unreadable, and yet I sensed the storm brewing behind those cold eyes. Here was the embodiment of failure, the embodiment of every negotiation that had crumbled before us like dry leaves underfoot. "Your time is up," he said, his voice smooth as silk but edged with steel. Each word fell like a stone, heavy and unyielding. I could feel it, the crushing weight of our failure pressing down on us, suffocating the flicker of hope that still dared to survive within the confines of my chest. Marco stood, his frame shaking with indignation. "We can still talk. We can still reach an agreement." The desperation in his voice clawed at the edges of my heart, a visceral reminder of all we had fought for. But the ambassador merely raised an eyebrow, an expression of disdain crossing his features like a shadow passing over the sun. "You've had your chance. The world is not waiting for your idealism," he retorted, as if our dreams were nothing but wisps of smoke, easily dismissed and forgotten. Inz's hand gripped the table, her knuckles white against the polished wood, and I could see the fire in her eyes rekindle, a spark of defiance. "You may think you hold the power," she spat, "but you do not control the hearts of the people." For a moment, time hung suspended, a tightrope stretched across an abyss, and I found myself teetering on the edge, caught between the fierce hope that surged through Inz and the chilling resignation that clawed at Marco's heart. The ambassador laughed, a hollow echo that filled the space. "Hearts? The world is not swayed by the flutter of emotions. It is governed by power and fear." The words pierced through me, a chilling realization that our ideals were slipping through our fingers like sand, and with each grain, we were losing a part of ourselves. The weight of failure loomed like a storm cloud, darkening the room, and I could feel the echoes of our past negotiations haunting us, ghosts of words unspoken and promises broken. I remember the sudden stillness that followed, the air thick with unfulfilled dreams, the shadows stretching and warping in the candlelight. We were not just fighting for a cause, we were fighting for our very souls, and yet, the futility of it all washed over me like a cold wave, seeping into my bones. In that moment, I understood. Diplomacy was not merely the language of peace, it was the battlefield where emotions collided, where ideals met the harsh reality of existence, and where every heartbeat felt like a countdown to an inevitable confrontation. The clock ticked on, relentless, mocking, and I knew then that we were running out of time. The shadows whispered our failures, and with every passing second, it felt as though we were edging closer to the precipice. Inz, Marco, and I stood at the heart of the storm, torn between hope and despair, ready to clash against the tides that threatened to swallow us whole. And as the door closed behind the ambassador, sealing our fate in that dimly lit room, I felt the air thicken, the moment suspended in an electric silence that reverberated through our souls. The world outside continued to spin, but here, we were trapped in a dance of desperation, caught in the echoes of failed negotiations, each heartbeat resonating with the weight of what was to come. The air was electric, crackling with the raw pulse of a crowd that had come alive. Shouts echoed off the weathered stones of the town square, each voice rising like a fever pitch of a storm. It was chaos, a torrent of anger, despair, and hope all swirling together into an unyielding tide. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, the thrumming of the crowd igniting something primal within me. Beneath the flickering torches, shadows stretched and twisted, distorting the faces of those around me, and faces twisted in rage, faces hollowed by sorrow, faces that held stories I could never know. And yet, in that moment, we were all connected, tethered by a shared sense of purpose that thrummed through the very ground we stood upon. Among us was Anna, her fists clenched tight as if holding the world together, her face a portrait of determination mixed with fear. She had lost everything, her home, her family, her laughter. The powers that be had stripped her life bare, and now, she was here, a candle against the storm, unwilling to let the darkness swallow her whole. Across the square, I spotted Daniel, his eyes wild, flickering with a cocktail of disbelief and a spark of rebellion. He had always been the voice of reason, the one who found laughter even in the bleakest moments. But today, his laughter was replaced with a fierce desperation, a longing to reclaim the life that had been snatched from him. I remembered the way he would tell jokes over stale bread and sour wine, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there could be light. Now, that light was dimmed, replaced by a resolve that was both beautiful and terrifying. "Do you feel it?" Anna's voice sliced through the cacophony, a sharp whisper laced with urgency. "The anger? It's like a living thing, crawling beneath our skin." "I feel it," Daniel responded, his voice a rasp of defiance. "But it's not enough. We need to channel it, make them listen." His gaze flickered toward the crumbling edifice of power looming in the distance, a monument to greed and betrayal. It felt like a giant, cold hand gripping the very essence of our lives, squeezing the hope from our hearts. But we were not without our armor. The crowd surged forward, a wave of humanity crashing against the walls of oppression. "Remember when we used to be afraid of the dark?" I thought, memories swirling in the haze of adrenaline. Now, the dark is afraid of us. And just like that, with every heartbeat, with every rallying cry, we became an unstoppable force. The air thickened with the scent of sweat and determination, the taste of rebellion lingering like the salty residue of tears on our lips. We were hungry for change, and in our hunger lay the power to tear down the very fabric of the oppression we had known for far too long. "Look!" Anna pointed, her voice piercing through the noise. A figure emerged from the shadows, a silhouette against the flames of our fervor. The leader of our oppressors stood there, draped in the insignia of a world that had forgotten our names. I felt a collective intake of breath, a moment suspended in time, heavy with dread and anticipation. The crowd trembled, an electric pulse coursing through us as we faced the embodiment of our pain. "Turn back!" His voice boomed, but it was weak. I could hear the quiver, the feathered edge of uncertainty. They had tried to silence us, to break our spirits, but here we stood, unbroken. My heart soared, caught in the swell of an ancient force that had been building, waiting for this very moment. Anna stepped forward, her defiance casting a long shadow. "No more. No more will we bow to your tyranny." Her voice rang out, clear and unwavering, a beacon in the darkness. The leader's eyes widened. For a heartbeat, he was stripped bare, his authority dissolving like mist against the rising sun. I felt the power shift, a tidal wave of emotion crashing over us. Fear was replaced by courage, sorrow transformed into resolve. It was intoxicating. "Look at us!" Daniel shouted, his voice rising above the tumult, igniting a fire within the hearts of those around him. "We are not your pawns. We are the storm that will sweep through your kingdom." With those words, the crowd roared, a living, breathing entity, unified in purpose. It was a symphony of hope and fear, of laughter and rage, intertwined like the tangled roots of ancient trees. Something cosmic stirred. It felt as though the very universe was holding its breath, waiting for our next move. And then it happened, the moment that would forever be etched into our memories. We surged forward, a wave crashing against the stones of tyranny, fists raised high, voices uniting into a single roar that echoed through the streets, a cry that transcended time and space. We were not just individuals, we were a collective heartbeat, an anthem of defiance. I remember the sound of shattering glass, the rush of adrenaline, the warmth of bodies pressed together, each one a flicker of life in the dark. As the world around us erupted, I felt the boundaries of our fears dissolve, the ghosts that haunted us transformed into warriors, charging into the fray. And yet, as the night deepened, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The shadows would always linger, the echoes of our struggles would shape our tomorrows. But in that moment, with the fire of the crowd igniting our souls, we became something greater than ourselves. The streets were alive with the pulse of our collective heart, and as the moon hung high above, I knew, this was our time. The fight had just begun, and every breath we took echoed with the promise of change. Would it be enough? Only time would tell, but for now, we were alive, and together, we would write our own destiny. The sun hung low in the grey sky, a sullen orb casting long shadows across the barren field. I stood there, feet rooted in the dirt, heart hammering against my ribcage like a desperate prisoner. This was it. The day before. The silence, thick and choking, wrapped around me, a suffocating blanket laced with fear and anticipation. I could hear the distant clang of metal, a soldier sharpening his sword, perhaps, or the whisper of fate sharpening its own edge. I remember the taste of iron in the air, the scent of sweat and anxiety mingling with the earthy aroma of the ground beneath me. I turned to face my comrades, faces drawn and strained, each one a canvas of dread. They all felt it, the pull of the unknown. Julian, the steadfast one, yet haunted by the weight of leadership. His eyes darted, always seeking, never resting. I saw him swallow hard, a nervous habit that betrayed his bravado. He wore the mantle of command, but beneath it lay a child, terrified of the dark. And then there was Myra, hands trembling as she clutched a tattered banner, the embroidery frayed but vibrant. I could see the tears brimming in her eyes, a fierce storm contained behind a mask of determination. This battle was not just a fight for territory, it was a clash of dreams, of hopes dashed and rekindled, of the longing for a future that felt precarious, like a candle flickering in the wind. I remember her whisper, barely audible over the rising tension, "Will we see tomorrow?" The question hung in the air, a ghost that would not depart. I felt the weight of our shared fear, the collective pulse of our worries thrumming like an unsteady drumbeat. We were not just soldiers, we were flesh and blood, woven together by dreams and despair. Tomorrow's dawn would carve its mark in blood, and we were all too aware of the price. Julian caught my gaze, a fleeting connection, a silent understanding. We were trapped in this moment, a pause before the chaos, where the cosmos held its breath, waiting to exhale. "Do you remember the stories they told us?" I asked, my voice breaking the oppressive quiet. "The ones about glory and honor." I laughed, a bitter sound that fell flat. "More like tales of fools, thinking they could tame the tempest of war." Julian's lips curled into a smile, fragile and fleeting. "Yeah, and I remember the part where the unbathed heroes won the hearts of the fair maidens." He gestured to the ragged state of our camp, where dirt-streaked faces bore the marks of exhaustion. Romance must have been earthy back then. Laughter erupted from Myra, a brief spark that illuminated our darkness, but soon turned to silence again. The shadows loomed larger, swallowing the moment whole. I remember the night sky, stars flickering like distant candles, struggling against the void around them. Time stretched and twisted, a rubber band pulled taut. Each tick of the clock echoed like a war drum. I could feel the night breathing, alive and ominous. It whispered secrets to the wind, tales of men who had marched bravely into battle, only to become dust, forgotten. In my mind, I saw flashes of faces, memories of laughter and love, of a life beyond this grim spectre of war. I thought of my younger sister, the way her laughter sparkled like sunlight on water. "Promise me you'll come back," she had said, her tiny fingers clutching mine, fear etched into her innocent eyes. A sound shattered my reverie, a distant horn, a call to arms, resonating like a death knell. The ground trembled beneath me, a prelude to destruction, each vibration a warning. Julian's expression hardened, a mask of resolve. "We can't let fear consume us," he said, but his voice quivered, betraying the storm within. Myra stepped forward, her banner held high, a symbol of the hope we clung to. "And we won't. We fight not just for ourselves, but for those waiting for us, for the dreams that still linger." Her words ignited something in me, a flicker of defiance that felt almost foreign. I remember wishing for strength, for courage to face the morrow. But I also felt the gnawing doubt, a parasite feeding on my resolve. What if I fell? What if the dreams I clung to shattered like glass? The thought was a relentless hammer, striking against my mind, leaving cracks in my spirit. In the distance, the campfires flickered, casting elongated shadows that danced like phantoms. They beckoned, tempting me to seek solace in their glow, but there was no escape. Each flame was a reminder of what awaited, each ember a soul teetering on the edge of oblivion. With a shuddering breath, I turned back to Julian and Myra, their faces illuminated by the firelight, reflecting the flickering anxiety that burned within each of us. "Tomorrow," I said, the word tasting bitter on my tongue, "we either carve our names into history or become nothing more than ghosts." "I'd rather be a ghost with stories," Myra replied fiercely, her determination a shield against the encroaching darkness. "Let them know we were here." As I looked into their eyes, I felt the tremors of possibility, the weight of destiny pressing down on us. The night deepened, wrapping us in its cloak of uncertainty. Each heartbeat echoed louder, a drumroll of fate, drawing us closer to the precipice of the unknown. And as the stars blinked above, I sensed the cosmos shifting, the fabric of reality bending beneath the weight of our fears. Tomorrow would come, whether we were ready or not. I closed my eyes, the images swirling in a tempest of doubt and hope, waiting for dawn to break. The line between dread and anticipation blurred, a fragile thread binding us together in this moment of waiting. In the stillness, we stood, trembling at the edge of a nightmare dressed as a dream, and I knew, no matter what awaited us beyond the fragile veil of night, this was just the beginning. The air crackled like dry leaves underfoot, a tension so thick it could suffocate the light itself. In the heart of the city, shadows danced like phantoms, flickering against the cold stone walls, their whispers filled with dark promises. I could see them through the window, caught in a standoff. The clock on the cathedral tower ticked ominously, each second echoing louder, a heartbeat counting down to chaos. "Do you hear that?" Clara's voice trembled, barely a murmur, but it resonated in the silence, a haunting reminder of the fear that gripped us all. I turned to her, eyes wide, my heart racing. She was always the brave one, yet here she stood, frail and pale, clenching her fists as if to summon courage from the depths of her soul. The truth was, beneath her warrior facade lay a labyrinth of insecurities, a fear of failure that clawed at her insides, twisting memories like a knife. "They're coming," she whispered, eyes darting to the door, as if the very shadows held their breath, waiting. And then there was Marcus, pacing the floor like a caged animal, a storm of emotion swirling within him. The remnants of his past clung to him like a shroud, lost battles, broken promises. He was a man shaped by regret, a flawed savior drowning in his own despair, desperately wanting to protect Clara, yet fighting his own demons. I could see the turmoil etched on his face, the way it contorted with every thought of what could go wrong, of how easily everything could shatter. "We can't let them take her," he muttered, a mantra that only seemed to deepen the darkness around us. I felt the weight of our shared breaths, the air thickening as the evening light waned. The room grew darker, more intimate, a coffin for our fears. I remembered how just hours before, we had been laughing, sharing stories of our dreams, but now those dreams were ghosts, haunting us with their fragility. I remembered how Clara had smiled, the way her laughter had danced through the air, a sweet melody that now felt like a cruel joke. "Every move counts," I murmured, not even sure if I was speaking to Clara or Marcus, or perhaps to myself. It was true, this was a game of chess, but with lives on the line. As fear gripped our hearts, I felt the adrenaline wash over me, surging like a tidal wave, pulling us closer to the edge of a precipice. "We need a plan." The words hung between us, thick and heavy, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. Clara's gaze sharpened, her mind spinning like a top. "We draw them in," she said, her voice rising with a fierce determination. "Let them think they have the upper hand." There was a fire ignited in her eyes, an unexpected spark that cut through the gloom. I could see the gears turning, the glimmer of strategy tucked beneath her fear. "And then we strike." Marcus, though still pacing, paused, letting her words sink in. The silhouette of his frame was a taut string, ready to snap, but I saw it, the flicker of hope, the possibility of a plan that could transform us from prey to predator. "But how?" he asked, his voice trembling, the very air around him quaking with uncertainty. "What if we fail?" Clara stepped closer, crossing the invisible boundary of fear. "We have to try. We can't go down without a fight." I held my breath, feeling the weight of her conviction wash over me. She was right, failure loomed like a dark cloud, but so did the chance of victory. I remembered what my father had taught me: courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the decision to act despite it. "Okay." I took a step forward, my heart pounding in rhythm with the relentless ticking of the clock. "We need to gather intel. They won't expect us to outsmart them." My voice, laced with desperation, felt like a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. "We'll create distractions, draw them away from the entrance. We can't let them corner us." Clara nodded, her expression resolute. I could see her mind racing, piecing together fragments of a plan. "And then we slip through the back alleys. They won't see us coming." Each word was a promise, a vow forged in the fires of our shared chaos. But Marcus was still hesitant, the shadows of his past creeping into his resolve. "What if they catch us? What if," he faltered, and I could feel the tremors of his fear resonating in the air. "What if I lose you both?" "Marcus," I said, stepping into his line of sight, forcing him to meet my gaze. "We're stronger together. We fight or we die, but we won't let them take us down without a fight. Not today." I felt the weight of those words, the gravity of our situation, the burden of every choice we made. A promise, a pact in the face of impending doom. The tension simmered, thick and palpable, as we exchanged glances, each of us grappling with our own fears, our own demons, yet bound by an unbreakable thread of loyalty. This was our crucible, a test of courage and strategy, and I could feel the rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins, pushing me forward into the unknown. And then, in the silence, I heard it, the sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate, echoing through the alleyway outside. My heart dropped, a stone plummeting into the abyss. They were here. The moment of truth was upon us, and I could feel the world closing in, wrapping around us like a noose. "Get ready," I whispered, my voice barely a breath above the chaos. "It's time to make our move." The shadows loomed larger, but we stood, ready to embrace our fate, ready to face whatever darkness lay ahead. As the door rattled, I felt an electric thrill run through me, a pulse of raw determination that promised to either save us or unravel us completely. In that instant, as the world outside crackled with tension, I knew we were caught in a web of fate, a dance of strategies and gambits, where every heartbeat could tip the scales of our very survival. The air was thick with tension, the kind that prickled your skin and twisted your stomach into knots. A clock tower loomed in the distance, its hands frozen at a moment when time seemed to hold its breath, as if the universe itself knew what was coming. Shadows danced across the cobblestone streets of the town, flickering like dying flames, each flicker a heartbeat in the silence that preceded the storm. I remember the distant echo of hoofbeats, thunderous, relentless. They clashed against the ground, vibrating up through the soles of my boots, resonating deep within my chest. Adeline stood beside me, her breath catching in her throat, eyes wide, reflecting the glow of torches like twin suns. Her fingers gripped the hilt of her sword, knuckles white, trembling as if the very metal could sense her fear. She had always been the reckless one, the flame that danced too close to the fire. Now, that flame flickered dangerously low, as the shadows coiled around us like hungry serpents. "Stay close," I whispered, though I could hardly keep my own voice steady. I was a fortress crumbling under the weight of uncertainty. "We need to move." Her gaze lingered on the horizon, where the sky was stained with a blend of crimson and ash. In that moment, I could see her childhood flash behind her eyes, the innocent laughter, the carefree days spent chasing butterflies in meadows that now felt like lost dreams. "What if they come for us?" she asked, the tremor in her voice betraying her strength. "They will," I replied, and it tasted bitter, like iron on my tongue. "But we will be ready." In the distance, a horn blared, shattering the quiet, a sound that sliced through the air like a knife through flesh. I could feel the panic surging, a tidal wave threatening to drown us both, but I had to stay anchored. If I faltered now, everything would collapse. Rowan, my brother, moved like a ghost through the chaos, his presence both reassuring and agonizing. He had always been the one who stood between the danger and me, the shield that absorbed the blows I could not bear. But today, the roles shifted. Today, I felt the weight of his protection slip away as he turned to face the advancing dark, his jaw set with a resolve that made my heart ache. "I remember the stories," he said, voice low, echoing the tales we'd heard as children, the brave knights, the dragons, the triumphs over insurmountable odds. They haunted the corners of my mind like phantoms, twisted now in the reality of impending doom. "We can be heroes, Adeline. We can turn this." But I knew that heroes didn't always win. They didn't always return home, and the taste of ash and blood was a far cry from the sweet nectar of victory. The air crackled with the scent of smoke, an acrid reminder that all was not well in our town. I could see the shadows of the riders against the pale moonlight, a dark tide rolling in, and dread seeped into my bones, cold and unyielding. Adeline's silence was profound, and I turned to her, searching for a spark, a flicker of the girl who had dared to dream of glory. "Adeline," I urged, "we must move." And then, as if she were a marionette with severed strings, she stepped forward, eyes set on the horizon. "I refuse to be a pawn in their game," she said, voice sharp and fierce. I felt the power in those words, a storm ready to break free. It pulled at my heart, but it terrified me. "Then we fight," I said, though the thought of it sent shivers down my spine. I could almost hear the clashing of swords, feel the sharp bite of metal against flesh, the cries of men echoing through the night. The world narrowed, the impending conflict looming larger than life, and I felt the fraying thread of sanity stretch taut, ready to snap. I remembered our father's stories about battles fought long before our time, about men who had courage in their hearts but lost everything for a fleeting moment of glory. "Do you believe in fate?" Rowan asked suddenly, his voice barely a whisper, lost in the maelstrom of sound surrounding us. "Fate?" I scoffed, the word bitter on my tongue. Fate is a cruel trickster, leading us to slaughter. But even as I said it, I felt the ghost of hope tugging at my soul. What if we could change our destiny? What if we could rewrite the end of our story? The sounds grew louder, the hoofbeats a thunderous roar, and I caught a glimpse of their standard flapping against the winds, a twisted banner soaked in the blood of those who had come before us. The sight sent a chill curling down my spine, each stroke of fabric a reminder of the horrors that awaited. Adeline's breath caught, and I turned to see her staring at the approaching force, her resolve faltering for just a moment. "What if this is it?" she murmured, more to herself than to me, and I felt the weight of those words seep into my skin, creating a ripple of fear that coursed through the three of us like a disease. "It's not over until it's over," I said, but the strength in my voice felt hollow, a whisper against the oncoming storm. The shadows crept closer, and I realized then that there was no escaping this moment. We would stand, we would fight, and whatever came next would carve itself into our souls, leaving marks that would never fade. "Together," I said, locking my gaze with theirs. "We face this together." As the first clash echoed through the night, metal against metal, flesh against flesh, I felt a surge of something primal awaken within me. It was fear, yes, but also an exhilarating rush, a sense that perhaps, just perhaps, we could seize the day from the jaws of darkness. And then we charged, hearts pounding, souls ablaze, into the storm that awaited us. The night would remember us, I could feel it in my bones. No more pausing to catch our breath, no more time to ponder what lay ahead. Time was a cruel mistress, and all that mattered now was the fight, and the beating of our hearts, echoing in defiance against the silence that had once gripped us so tightly. I remember that moment, the chaos swirling around us, the fear and the fire igniting my very being. The battle had begun, and within it, we would find our truths, or lose ourselves in the abyss. The night air was thick, electric with an unsaid promise, as Cassie stood at the edge of the cliff, the wind whipping her hair around her face like the frantic hands of time. Below, the waves crashed against the rocks, a deep, rhythmic thrum that echoed her heartbeat. She could hear the cries of gulls, haunting echoes that felt like warnings. The moon hung low, a pale observer in the vast ink of the sky, casting a silvery glow on the tumultuous waters, illuminating the shadows of her life's choices. Choices that had led her here, to this precipice, where the weight of her decision pressed down on her like the world itself. A rustle behind her broke the spell of silence, a reminder that she was not alone. David emerged from the darkness, his eyes wide, frantic. "Cassie, don't! You can't," his voice was raw, splintered, a jagged whisper that cut through the night. He was a tempest, a stormy sea of emotion, and she felt it washing over her, pulling her closer to the edge of despair. "You don't have to do this. We can still find a way." His outburst sent a shiver through her, but it was not fear, it was something deeper, a flicker of hope clashing with the weight of inevitability. She turned to face him, her heart racing, a pendulum caught between longing and fear, the very essence of her struggle. "You don't understand. I've lost everything. My parents, my dreams. I can't go back. There's nothing left for me." The truth hung between them, oppressive and choking. She saw the anguish etched on his face, his own battles waged in silence. "I remember when we were kids," David said, his voice softer now, almost wistful. "You used to climb trees in the park, up to the very top. You'd shout that you could see the whole world from up there. You were fearless." His eyes shimmered with unshed tears, reflecting the moonlight like shards of broken glass. "You can still be that girl, Cassie. You don't have to jump." But fear had a way of wrapping around her heart, squeezing until it felt like it would shatter. She could almost hear her parents' voices, an echoing chorus of disappointment, taunting her from the shadows. "What's the point of being fearless if it's just a facade? I'm not that girl anymore." Her voice trembled, betraying the truth she had buried deep within. As David stepped closer, she could see the sheen of sweat on his brow, his hands trembling as they reached out, desperate for connection. "I can't let you do this. You're not alone. You have me." The sincerity in his words struck her like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the darkness for a fleeting moment. But the shadows crept back in, whispering doubts with their icy breath. Then, from behind them, came the sound of sirens, harsh and blaring, a cacophony that sliced through the heavy air. Reality surged back with a vengeance, a tide of clarity crashing over her confusion. The police were coming. They were going to pull her back into a world that felt broken beyond repair. She had to decide, and fast. Would she leap into the unknown, or would she step back into the life that had abandoned her? "I'm scared, David," she confessed, the words spilling out like a dam breaking. The vulnerability made her feel naked, raw. What if I can't find my way back? What if there's nothing left? The sirens grew louder, a chorus of impending doom that made her heart race with panic. "Then we'll find a new way together," he said, each word infused with a palpable tension, a promise entwined with desperation. His hands grasped hers, grounding her in that moment, and she could feel the warmth radiating from him, as if he were a flame fighting against the cold darkness that threatened to engulf her. "I can't imagine a world without you. Not now, not ever. You are so much more than the pain you're feeling." Cass's gaze drifted to the abyss below, and for a second, the swirling waters reflected her turmoil, each wave a different fear, each crash a lingering regret. She thought of the choices laid out before her, like a twisted game of chess where every piece had its own story, its own weight. So much was at stake. The realization hit her like a tidal wave, pulling her deeper into the churning chaos of her mind. And then she remembered. The way her mother used to laugh, the sound bubbling up like sunlight breaking through clouds, illuminating even the darkest days. She thought of the dreams she had once nurtured, the ink-stained pages of her diary filled with hopes and fears. "I remember," she whispered, her voice cracking under the weight of nostalgia. "I remember who I used to be. I remember who I wanted to become." With a deep breath, she turned back to David, her eyes searching his, desperate for an anchor. "But what if I fail? What if I hurt everyone again?" The words came out ragged, like glass shards slicing through the air. "Then we'll face it together," he said fiercely, his grip tightening around her hands, fierce and unwavering. "Together, Cassie. You don't have to bear this alone. Not now, not ever. I'm right here." In that moment, she teetered on the brink, caught in the crosshairs of despair and hope, of fear and love. The sirens wailed, a cruel reminder of time slipping through her fingers like sand. She looked down one last time at the black void beneath her, a promise of escape and oblivion, and then back into the stormy depths of David's eyes, the spark of life shining bright. "Okay," she whispered finally, the word barely escaping her lips, but it felt like a lifeline thrown into the chaos. "Let's find our way back." As she stepped back from the edge, time seemed to hold its breath. The sirens warbled into the distance, the darkness around them slowly lifting. A moment of stillness enveloped them, charged with unspoken promises and unyielding tension. And as she took David's hand, the warmth flooded her heart, igniting a flicker of hope that trembled in the night, a fragile flame ready to be nurtured. But the journey was just beginning. The turning point lay behind them now, but the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty. Each step felt like a new choice, a new chance, and as they descended together into the waiting night, the shadows loomed large, whispering secrets of what was yet to come. The air crackled with an electric tension, thick like the fog that clung to the ground. It was here, in the heart of the valley, where shadows loomed taller than the men who wielded swords, where every whispered prayer hung like a ghost between the trees. I stood at the precipice of a storm, my heart racing, a drumbeat against the clangor of steel and the cries of men. This was not just a battle of flesh and blood, it was a reckoning of souls. I remember the sky, our bruised blue, heavy with the weight of foreboding. There was a man beside me, Thomas, a soldier with a heart as fierce as the fire in his eyes. He gripped his sword, knuckles pale against the rough leather of the hilt, and murmured a prayer, words that slipped from his lips like the last drops of rain in a drought. "God, grant me strength." I felt his desperation, the quiver in his voice that betrayed a fragility he fought to mask. He had lost too much already, his wife, cradled in a fading memory, a love turned to ash in the wake of war. Across the field stood Clara, her fierce gaze fixed on the horizon, where the enemy would soon emerge like specters from the mist. She was a healer, a force of compassion amidst chaos. Her hands, stained with herbs and blood, were capable of both saving and slaying. She had watched her village burn, the screams of her people echoing in her mind like a haunting melody. The weight of their memories pressed down on her, a mantle of loss she wore with a resolve that cut deeper than any blade. The horizon darkened, shadows elongated, twisting into grotesque shapes that seemed to mock us. I felt the pulse of fear in my throat, the taste of iron creeping into my mouth. It was then that the air shimmered with the promise of battle. The enemy surged forward, a swarm of dark figures, their banners snapping in the wind like the wings of crows descending upon the fallen. My breath caught, and I could see it in Thomas's eyes, the flicker of faith battling against the tides of doubt. "Stand firm!" Clara shouted, her voice slicing through the chaos, a lighthouse in the tempest. "We fight for those we love. We fight for each other." Her words ignited a fire in the hearts of the weary soldiers around us. But for every spark, there lurked shadows, whispers of uncertainty. "What if God has turned his back?" someone muttered, fear clawing at their spirit. The question hung in the air, an accusatory ghost. I could feel the weight of doubt, an anchor dragging us beneath the waves, and in that moment of vulnerability, I fought against the tide of despair. "Remember why we fight," I said, though the tremor in my voice belied my conviction. "Not just for glory, but for every moment that we've loved, every breath that we've cherished. Faith is the sword we wield, sharper than any steel." As the enemy closed in, I caught sight of a boy, innocent, wide-eyed, clutching a doll like it was a lifeline in a storm. My heart twisted in my chest, a jagged shard of sorrow as I realized what was at stake. The boy didn't understand the language of war, the rhetoric of faith and fate. He only knew the smell of smoke, the taste of fear thick on his tongue. In that heartbeat, the battle transformed. It was no longer just about survival, it was about meaning, purpose, faith interwoven with the very marrow of our being. Thomas surged forward, driven by the memory of a love that refused to die. "For my wife," he roared, charging into the fray, a madman possessed. The clash of swords erupted around us, a cacophony of grief and rage, and I plunged into the chaos, faith my shield against the encroaching darkness. I remember the heat of battle, the blood-soaked ground beneath my feet, the smell of iron mingling with the sweet scent of earth. Time twisted, moments stretching into eternity as I fought, each swing of my sword a prayer, each drop of blood a testament to what I believed. But there was Clara, moving like a wisp of smoke, her hands weaving spells of healing even as she dodged death's embrace. She was a symphony of contradictions, fragile yet fierce, nurturing yet unrelenting. I watched her, the way her faith propelled her through the carnage, the soft whispers she offered to the wounded, words soaked in compassion that cut through the fog of despair. "Thomas," she cried, reaching for him, her voice a lifeline. But it was too late, he fell, a marionette severed from its strings. My heart shattered in the abyss of that moment, the world narrowing to a single point of anguish. I could see the flicker of his life fading, the light dimming in his eyes, and despair clawed at my throat like a wild animal. "Stay with me," I shouted, though I knew, I could feel it deep in my bones, that faith alone would not bring him back. It was an echo of everything we had fought for, everything we had believed. The air around us thickened with grief, the battlefield transforming into a realm of lost hopes and broken dreams. And then, in that moment of desolation, a soft glow emerged, a shimmer of light that burst through the darkness. It was not from the heavens, but from within our hearts, where faith lingered like a flame. I saw it in Clara's eyes, the defiance against despair, the refusal to yield. Together, she screamed, and somehow, through the haze of loss, we found strength. We were not just soldiers, we were a tapestry of souls woven together by love and faith. And as we fought on, every swing of our swords became a prayer, a desperate plea for salvation, not just for ourselves but for the boy, for the village, for every heartbeat that echoed with the knowledge of love. The battle raged, relentless and raw, but we were not alone. Our faith wrapped around us like armor, a shield against the darkness, and as I fought, I became part of something greater, an unbroken chain of humanity, bound by loss, hope, and the desperate need to believe. Somewhere in the chaos, the ground shook, and I knew we would rise again, forged in faith, reborn from the ashes of despair. The confrontation was far from over, but I could feel the pulse of something eternal thrumming beneath the surface, a promise of redemption hidden in the shadows. And as the night deepened, I understood that this was only the beginning, a prelude to the awakening that lingered just beyond the horizon. The sirens wailed like banshees, piercing the heavy air, their mournful cries echoing off the crumbling brick walls of the abandoned warehouse. Each heartbeat thundered against my ribs, a primal symphony competing with the chaos outside. I remember the smell of gasoline, sharp and bitter, cutting through the dust of neglect. I remember the way the world transformed in that moment, the ordinary falling away to reveal the raw, jagged edges of survival. "Get down," screamed Marcus, his voice a razor cutting through the din. He was the kind of man who wore his fears like a second skin, visible, tangible, always lurking just beneath the surface. The leader, despite the doubt that whispered at the edges of his mind. I watched him, a silhouette against the flickering light, his face a mask of determination, even as his hands trembled. He had a family, a wife who laughed too loudly and children who clung to him like shadows, yet here he was, standing between us and the horror that leaked through the cracks. "Everything will be fine," he said, but his eyes betrayed him, glistening with an unspoken dread. I wondered if he believed it, or if it was just a desperate mantra, a flimsy lifeline in the storm. I could see Jenny behind him, her fists clenched tight, nails digging into her palms. She had a fierce heart, full of fire and fury. But in this moment, all I saw was the flicker of doubt in her hazel eyes, a haunting reflection of the chaos that surrounded us. "Marcus, we can't hold them off forever," she shouted, her voice straining against the weight of their impending doom. "Don't think like that. We're stronger together," he replied, but the words hung in the air like smoke, suffocating and heavy. I remembered how we had laughed just days ago, simple moments like that felt like echoes of a distant life, a fragile thread connecting us to what was once normal. The mundane chatter about coffee and the weather had vanished, leaving only the stark reality of survival. The shadows danced around us, twisting and warping, as the world outside sank deeper into madness. I could hear them, the footsteps, the shouts, the chaos brewing like a storm on the horizon. Time crawled, each second stretching like an elastic band ready to snap. I could feel it in my bones, a primal instinct clawing its way to the surface. Memories, I thought, just memories. I remembered my mother's lullabies as the skies darkened, the warmth of her embrace like a shield against the unknown. But these weren't comforting recollections, no, they were ghosts, specters haunting my mind, reminding me of everything I could lose. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, each chime a reminder of our dwindling chances. "Jenny," I murmured, my voice a whisper lost in the wind. She turned towards me, her eyes wide, filled with an intensity that burned. "We need to make a decision. Now." The words felt heavy on my tongue, a weight I hadn't realized I was carrying until that moment. The weight of leadership, the burden of choice, a command that could seal our fate. "I'm not ready," she breathed, her voice shaking, the fear palpable between us. I wanted to reach out, to assure her, to promise that everything would be all right. But I couldn't, not when the cracks in my own bravado began to splinter. "Ready or not, we have to act." The words escaped my lips like a curse, a desperate plea to the universe. Marcus stepped closer, his presence grounding as he looked between us, searching for the right words, the right path. "Then we fight," he decided, his voice igniting something deep within me. "We fight for our lives, for each other. Whatever it takes." There was a fierceness in his eyes, a glimpse of the man I knew he could be, even as the fear clawed at him. I felt the electricity of his conviction, a jolt that coursed through the room. "Together," I whispered, and in that moment, it was as if the world narrowed down to just the three of us, the chaos outside fading into a distant roar. We were a trinity forged in the crucible of crisis, bound by the unbreakable threads of choice. But those threads frayed easily. A crash sounded outside, metal on metal, and we exchanged a glance, a shared moment of unspoken dread. Jenny's breath hitched, and I saw the shadows flicker in her eyes. "What if it's too late?" she asked, the question slicing through the tension like a serrated knife. "Then we make our stand," Marcus replied, his voice steady but laced with the tremor of uncertainty. "It's all we can do." The gravity of his words hung in the air, suffocating yet liberating. I remember the moment time shifted, a clock hand rushing forward, everything around us felt suspended, frozen in the fragile heartbeat of hope. Outside, the cries grew louder, a cacophony of desperation rising like a tidal wave, crashing against our resolve. We stood on the precipice, hearts pounding in synchrony, as the world raged beyond our sanctuary. I could feel the weight of our choices pressing down, the fears and dreams intertwining like vines wrapping around our throats. I had never been a soldier, never thought I would be a hero. But as I looked into the eyes of Marcus and Jenny, I realized that leadership wasn't about the absence of fear, it was about the courage to stand firm amid the tempest. The air was electric, thick with the promise of confrontation, and I knew, whatever awaited us would be a reckoning. With one final breath, I stepped toward the door, heart racing, ready to face the chaos. And in that moment, we became more than survivors, we became warriors, bound by choice and the fire of command, ready to meet the storm head-on. The earth trembled under the weight of the conflict, the ground a canvas splattered with the colors of chaos, a surreal painting of blue and red, of dreams and nightmares. In the distance, jagged mountains loomed like ancient sentinels, their craggy peaks whispering secrets of battles long past, their shadows stretching across the valleys like fingers reaching for the souls of the fallen. A sudden explosion shattered the silence, sending shockwaves through the air, a deafening roar that echoed in the hearts of those who dared to fight. Adrenaline surged through my veins, each heartbeat a reminder of my fragile existence. I remember the sharp tang of gunpowder mingling with the scent of damp earth, a pungent perfume of war that clung to our uniforms like a shroud. I remember Rachel, her eyes wide with fear yet burning with defiance, her grip tight around the rifle that felt both foreign and familiar in her hands. She was more than a soldier, she was a living testament to resilience, fighting not just for territory, but for the very essence of who she was. "Get down," someone screamed, an instinct kicked in. We dropped to the ground, the earth cool beneath us, a stark contrast to the heat of battle raging above. My mind raced, thoughts of home, of dreams deferred, and of the sweet, sweet laughter of a life untouched by violence. But as the bullets whizzed past, each one a ghost of possibility haunting the air, I felt the weight of our terrain, a merciless landscape that sculpted our fates like clay in the hands of a cruel artist. Mountains like giants, valleys like graves. The geography was unforgiving, each rock and crevice a strategic advantage for the enemy. I could hear the thud of boots on solid ground, the rhythm of marching soldiers rising like a cacophony of impending doom. In that moment, it wasn't just terrain, it was a character in our tragic play, a relentless force pulling us toward our destiny. "Do you think we'll make it?" Rachel's voice trembled, a whisper barely audible over the din of war. There was a vulnerability in her eyes, a flicker of doubt that threatened to consume her. I wanted to assure her, to promise that we would emerge from this hell unscathed, but the weight of my own fear held my tongue hostage. I remember Daniel, my closest friend, crouching beside me, his face a mask of determination and dread. "We can't let them take the ridge," he said, his voice steady yet laced with urgency. The ridge was more than a strategic point, it was a symbol of our resolve, a bastion of hope amidst despair. But hope is a fickle friend, often found in the most unexpected places, the silence before the storm, the fleeting glimmers of light through the darkness. I felt a surge of anger, a primal instinct to fight back against the fate that loomed over us. The terrain had shaped us, molded us like clay, but it didn't own us. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath me, a reminder that this ground was ours, that the shadows of the past could not dictate our future. "We fight for each other," I whispered, though I wasn't sure if it was a promise or a prayer. The first rays of dawn crept over the horizon, casting a golden hue across the battlefield, illuminating the blood-soaked earth, a cruel beauty that made my heart ache. I could see the enemy in the distance, their silhouette stark against the rising sun. Each one of them was a story, a life, a purpose twisted by the tides of war. And as I raised my weapon, my hand trembling with the weight of choice, I felt the terrain shift beneath us, an earthquake of emotions, a tumult of conflicting desires. "Remember when we played in those fields back home?" Daniel shouted over the roar of artillery. "We'd run until we couldn't breathe, laughing like we owned the world." His memory hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting us to a life we once knew, a time when laughter filled the void instead of gunfire. I remember how the valleys had once cradled us in their embrace, how the rivers had sung lullabies to our dreams. Now they were barriers, obstacles in our fight for survival. The mountains, once majestic, loomed like specters, their heights reminding us of our insignificance. Yet in that moment, I felt a rush of rebellion, a defiance against the confines of geography, against the way the land could dictate our lives. "On my count," I said, my voice firm amidst the chaos. Time stretched, a taut string ready to snap at any moment. We were mere pawns on this roiling board, manipulated by the unseen hands of fate and geography. But in this moment, surrounded by the promise of impending violence, I also felt an undeniable sense of camaraderie, an electric connection with my comrades that transcended the physical realm. 3, 2, the weight of anticipation hung in the air, each breath a countdown echoing through my core. As I looked into Rachel's eyes, I saw a mirrored fear, a shared understanding. We were terrified, but we were also unyielding. For the terrain had shaped us, yes, but it had also forged a bond that no landscape could sever. Go! The world erupted in chaos, shouts mingled with gunfire, the earth shaking beneath our feet as we surged forward, propelled not just by the desire to conquer the enemy, but by the very essence of our humanity. Every step we took was a rebellion against the land that sought to define us. We were more than soldiers, we were the echoes of dreams, the embodiment of hope fighting against despair. As the battle raged on, I felt the pulse of the ground beneath me, the raw energy of the earth mingling with our fear, our anger, our love for one another. This terrain, once a cruel mistress, was now a stage upon which we would carve our destinies. In the midst of chaos, in the shadows of giants, we would rise, we would fall, and we would always remember. And as the dust settled into an eerie silence, one thing was clear: the fight was far from over. The geography of our lives would continue to shape us, but it would never define us. We would endure, we would transform. In the end, we would be the ones who decided how our stories would unfold. The night is alive, crackling with tension, a world on the brink of breaking. The air smells of burnt plastic and fear, a suffocating miasma that settles like a shroud over the silent city. I stand at the edge of the crumbling concrete, the ghosts of buildings watching, their windows like hollow eyes. Below, shadows flutter, darting under flickering streetlights, a rhythm of chaos that syncs with my racing heart. This is the moment when history bends, when a single decision can tip the scales of existence. I remember the sound, a distant, low rumble. It's like thunder, but it isn't rain that's coming. Please tell me you've got it. Sarah's voice cuts through the darkness, raw and full of dread. She stands beside me, her hands trembling, clutching a small device that feels like a heartbeat in my palm. I glance at her, and for a moment, the world fades. Her eyes, wide and haunted, reflect the strobe of uncertainty she's been chasing after this moment, sacrificing everything. Her resolve is a candle flickering against the storm, and I want to scream that we're too far gone. It's our only chance, I reply, forcing the words through a throat tight with regret. I can see the doubt in her face, the weight of responsibility etched into her brow. We've seen the consequences of our choices, stakes elevated to a pitch where the echoes of our past scream louder than the present. The device contains a weapon, a technological marvel crafted from the remnants of humanity's darkest innovations, and it might just alter the course of this never-ending conflict. But at what cost? In the distance, the drone of engines roars louder, slicing through the air like a predator searching for its prey. I remember the first time I saw a drone, sleek, cold, and beautiful in its ferocity. I was drawn to it, like a moth to a flame, unaware of the darkness it would unleash. Now, those once innocent marvels hover above us, armed and poised to strike, programmed to see everything and nothing at once. Do you think they'll find us? Sarah asks, her voice trembling, and I can hear the unbidden fear beneath her words. It's a question that haunts me, a ghost whispering in my ear. And I wish I could tell her that it's going to be all right, that we're in control. But we both know the truth: control is an illusion, a fragile construct crumbling under the weight of technology's relentless march. I remember when we thought progress was our savior, I say, the memories flooding back, a torrent I struggle to contain. We believed in a future where machines would protect us, where humanity would rise above its flaws. But look at us now. Look at what we've created. The shadows of my past loom closer, and it's suffocating, a noose of choices tied around my neck. A flash of light rips through the darkness, illuminating the faces of the soldiers below, ice cold and lifeless, a mere reflection of the machines they operate. They don't see us, caught in their unyielding routine, the dance of war drumming in their veins, programmed to kill, programmed to survive. I remember their faces, too, once filled with dreams, now hardened by the weight of technology and duty. Let's move, I say, urgency clawing at my throat. We slip into the alley, shadows enveloping us as the night thickens, the air humming with a tension that feels like electricity. The device pulses in my pocket, a reminder of the thin line we tread. We are both warriors and victims, caught in a cycle of innovation and destruction. Every heartbeat echoes the irony, the very technology designed for our salvation is now our greatest threat. As we navigate the concrete maze, I catch glimpses of memories not my own, flashes of families torn apart, laughter drowned in the cacophony of explosions, lives extinguished without a second thought. I stop, overwhelmed, and Sarah bumps into me, her breath hot against my neck. We can't stop, she hisses, and I see the fire in her eyes, a fierce determination that ignites something in me. We have to finish this. Right, I whisper, and we push forward, the weight of the future heavy on our shoulders. But the path ahead is fraught with danger, a labyrinth of consequences lurking in the shadows. I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched, that the very machines we've crafted are now the ghosts haunting our every step. The night closes in, the air thick with fear and anticipation. I remember the stories, the ones they told us in hushed tones, the legends of what happens when technology turns against its maker. I remember the faces of the innocents caught in the crossfire, their dreams extinguished before they even had a chance to ignite. And yet, here we are, two flawed creatures standing at the precipice of a new dawn, our hearts racing with the weight of our choices. A sharp crack splits the silence, and panic surges through me. They're here! I shout, adrenaline igniting every nerve in my body. The soldiers are closing in, but we are not yet lost. Sarah clutches my arm, and in that moment, we share a silent vow, a promise to fight against the tide of despair, to reclaim the humanity we've lost. We dash across the street, the world around us seeming to pulse with a life of its own, a heartbeat synchronized with ours, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, hope flickers like a fragile flame. The device hums against my body, alive with potential, a symbol of our unyielding spirit. But as we sprint toward uncertainty, I can't help but think of the ghosts we carry with us, those who fell before us, those who believed in a world where technology served humanity, not the other way around. Their whispers echo in the night, and I realize, more than ever, that the battle is not just for survival, it's for our very souls, the essence of who we are. And as the shadows close in, I know this is just the beginning. The war rages on, and with it, the haunting question remains, what will we become? The clock struck midnight, a hard metallic echo slicing through the suffocating stillness. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, heart racing, on the precipice of a storm. Shadows danced along the walls, twisted forms whispering secrets of lives lived in quiet desperation. My fingers trembled, not from fear, but from the weight of knowing how invisible we could be, how easily our stories could slip through the cracks, leaving only the ghosts behind. In the flickering light, I saw Clara, her face etched with determination, the flicker of a candle illuminating the fierce spark in her eyes. She was a fighter, a caretaker, a woman shaped by the hard edges of life that had tried to mold her into a shadow of herself. But there she stood, a flame in the darkness, ready to challenge a world determined to quench her light. They think we're weak, she hissed, the words sharp and unyielding. But we're the roots, the ones who hold everything up when the storms rage. We have to show them. I traced the scar on my wrist, a small, jagged reminder of battles fought just to be heard. It was here, in this dim room, that I could feel the history of womanhood thrumming beneath my skin. The quiet screams of countless women who had come before us reverberated through my bones, mothers, daughters, sisters, each one a testament to resilience. They bore the weight of the world on their shoulders, yet they still danced in the rain, sang songs of defiance, and dreamt of a tomorrow where they could breathe free. Then, there was Marisol, her laughter ringing out like a silver bell, cutting through the dense air. But beneath that laughter lay a tempest of grief, a history woven with loss that no one else could see. Her mother had been taken by the shadows of silence, a victim of a world that deemed her unworthy. "Every time I laugh, it's an act of rebellion," she whispered one night, her voice trembling with the weight of truth. "It's a way to honor her. I won't be silenced." And each giggle became a war cry, echoing off the walls, each note a mark against the chains trying to bind us. I remembered the nights spent huddled together, sharing our fears, our dreams, our longing for a world that saw us not just as vessels of life, but as vibrant, multifaceted beings. The weight of history pressed down on us, a cloak of unspoken narratives shrouding our hearts. Each story was a thread, a delicate strand connecting us through time and pain, weaving a tapestry of strength. As the night deepened, the tension thickened like smoke in the air. Clara's fists clenched, her voice rising. "It's not just about us anymore. We have to fight for the ones who can't. For the whispers in the dark that go unheard." Her words ignited something primal within me, a fire that burned bright and raw. I felt the pulse of the world around us, the rhythm of countless hearts beating in tandem, a symphony of yearning for justice, for recognition. Marisol's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. But what if we can't? What if the world is too big, too dark? Her vulnerability hung in the air, heavy and palpable. The flickering candlelight reflected in her eyes, revealing the haunting truth of despair lurking behind her laughter. It was a truth I had known far too well, a specter that haunted my every step. Yet, I gripped her hand, feeling the warmth of her skin, the surge of sisterhood electrifying the air between us. "We can't let fear win," I breathed, fighting back my own doubts. "We owe it to every woman who fought before us." The silence that followed was charged, trembling with the weight of our unspoken fears. And then, the door creaked open, an eerie chill sweeping through the room. A figure stepped inside, cloaked in shadows, and the atmosphere shifted. Clara's breath hitched, her fingers instinctively curling into fists. "Who are you?" she demanded, a spark of fire igniting in her eyes. The figure stepped into the light, and we gasped. It was a reflection of all our worries, a mirror of the darkness threatening to consume us. "You think you can change anything," the figure taunted, voice dripping with disdain. "You're just whispers in the wind, echoes fading into nothing." But as I looked at Clara and Marisol, I saw the fire in their eyes, the unyielding spirit that refused to be snuffed out. "We are not just whispers," I said, the words tumbling out, rising as if from a wellspring deep within. "We are the thunder, the storm, the heartbeat of change. And we will not be silenced." The figure hesitated, and for a moment, uncertainty flickered across its features. It was the first crack in the armor of despair. I could feel the air shift, the energy in the room pulsating with a renewed vigor. Clara stepped forward, her voice rising, a battle cry that echoed through the darkness. "We are the daughters of the earth, the carriers of dreams, and we will not be defined by your shadows." In that moment, the weight of our history coalesced into something powerful, something unstoppable. The walls shook with the resonance of our collective strength, hearts pounding in synchrony, each beat a testament to the legacies we carried. I knew then that this was not just a battle for ourselves, but for every woman who had ever dared to dream, to hope, to rise. As the confrontation escalated, time stretched and warped, the battle between light and shadow intertwining in a dance of desperation and defiance. We could feel the echoes of our foremothers urging us on, each step forward an affirmation of our existence, a rejection of the silence that had once threatened to consume us. The world outside raged on, indifferent to our struggles, but within those walls, we were more than mere whispers. We were the storm, the relentless tide, and the dawn that could not be held back. And we would rise. We would fight. There was no end to this moment, only the infinite possibilities of what lay ahead, the shadows still lingering, but the light burning brighter than ever. The clock kept ticking, but time had become irrelevant. All that mattered was the fire in our hearts, the stories we carried, and the unyielding bond that connected us to all women who had come before and those yet to come. We were part of something vast, timeless, and breathtakingly powerful. And we would not be silenced. The air crackled with an electric tension, thick enough to choke the bravest hearts. Sir Alaric stood at the edge of the battlefield, a lone figure silhouetted against the crimson sky, his sword gripped tightly in a hand that trembled with fury and fear. He could hear the distant roar of war, clashing steel, the cries of the fallen, the sharp scent of blood and sweat mixing with the smoke of burning wood. It wasn't just another battle, it was the moment that would carve their names into the annals of history, or erase them forever. I remember the whispers, Alaric murmured to himself, the words slipping out like secrets best left unspoken. The gossip of traitors, the warnings of betrayal, the weight of impending doom pressing upon his chest like a boulder. Shadows flickered at the corners of his vision, ghosts of doubt dancing with his resolve. He had trained for this, yet nothing prepared him for the specter of a friend's betrayal looming just beyond the horizon. As he scanned the horizon, he caught sight of Lady Eloan, her fierce spirit crackling in the air around her. She was the light and the storm, a tempest of noble fury wrapped in a delicate frame. They had shared dreams whispered under starlit skies, promises etched into the very fabric of their beings. But here, amid chaos, hearts were tested, loyalty questioned. I remember the way she laughed, he thought, the sound like music that could drown out the horrors unfolding before him. Yet laughter felt a distant memory now, crushed beneath the weight of choices yet to be made. Eloan stood, her armor glinting ominously, a beacon in the madness. She was more than just a soldier, she was a leader, her courage a shield for the fragile hope of her people. The battle was not hers alone, yet every heartbeat echoed the weight of their survival. Her eyes searched for Alaric, fierce and unyielding, betraying none of the fear that clawed at her insides. She knew what was at stake, her own brother had joined the opposing forces, a truth that twisted inside her like a dagger, a betrayal wrapped in blood and kinship. "Come on, Eloan. We fight together." Alaric's voice cut through the din, a lifeline tossed into the churning sea of conflict. But the fear in her eyes twisted, an unspoken question that hung between them. Would they stand united, or would the threads of loyalty snap under the weight of personal demons? In that moment, the world around them faded, the cacophony dulled to a distant roar, as if time itself held its breath. Alaric saw the flicker of doubt in her gaze, the uncertainty that spoke of 1,000 conversations left unfinished. He remembered her dreams of peace, of building a world where blood did not water the earth, a world where her brother could once again stand beside her, not across the field. Together, she whispered, the word barely escaping her lips, breaking the spell. But could they defy fate, rewrite their destinies amidst the chaos of swords and screams? Moments stretched into eternity as they faced the horizon, shadows of doubt and hope swirling like leaves in the wind. Then, as if the universe conspired against them, a horn blared, a sound so sharp it cut through the silence like a knife. The battle surged like a tide, a wave of fury crashing upon the shores of their resolve. Alaric's breath quickened, and he felt the heavy thump of his heart matching the rhythm of war. The ground trembled beneath him, and he could feel the earth itself quaking at the impending clash. And amidst this storm of chaos stood Rowan, the reluctant warrior, the one who had never wanted to be here. He had fled the call of arms for years, but life had a way of dragging you into the fray, didn't it? His hands were clammy around his sword, a weapon he had never wished to wield, yet felt the insistent pull of duty and honor. I remember, he thought, the warm embrace of my mother, her soft voice telling me tales of glory. But those tales had been laced with a sweetness that turned bitter in this hell. Blood was not glory, it was an endless cycle of grief and loss. Now, standing amidst the chaos, Rowan thought of the family he had left behind, the innocent faces his sword could betray. How could he fight against brothers who had been raised on the same stories of honor? This battlefield was a canvas painted with the hues of despair, each splash a memory too haunting to bear. The battle erupted, a symphony of chaos, and Rowan was pulled in, the weight of his choices colliding with the reality of swords drawn and lives at stake. He fought not just for survival but for redemption, each strike against an enemy a desperate plea for forgiveness. Blood splattered, mingling with the earth, the cries of the wounded rising like a chilling chorus, clawing at his heart. Alaric and Eloan, too, were swept away in the tumult, a whirlwind of steel and shadows. Each swing of Alaric's sword was a prayer, a hope that somehow, someway, they could piece together this fractured world. Eloan fought beside him, her spirit igniting like wildfire against the encroaching darkness, every parry a declaration of defiance against betrayal and fear. I remember us, she thought, the words a faded echo amidst the roar of battle. When we believed in something greater. But belief was a fragile thing, easily shattered in the throes of conflict. With each clash of steel, she yearned for the light they once dreamed of, but shadows loomed, threatening to engulf them whole. As the sky darkened, a storm brewed not just above but within. The weight of their choices hung heavy, their hearts echoing the turmoil of a world unraveling. Each breath felt like a battle, a desperate grasp at the fleeting moments of clarity. The ghosts of friendships lost and battles fought danced at the edges of their minds, whispering of a future that felt as elusive as starlight. The battle surged on, unrelenting. Alaric, Eloan, Rowan, each faced their own demons, entwined in a dance of courage and despair. In the chaos, there was no time for reflection, no space for doubt. They were caught in the eye of the storm, the roar of history swirling around them, each heartbeat a reminder of their humanity, of the fragile thread that wove them together. The sky burned with the promise of dawn, but now, in this moment, darkness loomed large. The battle was far from over. Shadows lingered, but courage flickered like a candle in the tempest, urging them on as the weight of their choices drew closer, and the echoes of their hearts beat louder. Together, they would face whatever lay ahead. The night swallowed the city whole, an ink-black shroud that muted the world, a silence so thick it pressed against the skin. In that eerie stillness, a scream echoed, a guttural, desperate cry that sliced through the darkness like a blade. I stood there, heart racing, pulse quickening, as I grasped the reality of the moment. A life was being snuffed out just beyond the shadows, a truth hidden beneath the fog of war. I remember the way the air hung heavy with the iron scent of blood, mingling with the acrid smoke from distant fires, a phantom reminder of the chaos that churned just outside. I could feel my breath hitch, a tightness in my chest as I turned to face Ethan, his eyes wide with terror, reflecting the flickering flames of the city that burned like a living heart. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, voice trembling, each word a fragile thread in the fabric of our unraveling reality. "Yes," I replied, though the word tasted like ashes. "What do we do?" The question hung like a ghost between us, an uninvited guest at a moment that demanded action. Ethan's hand shook as he gripped the hilt of his sword, the metal glinting in the dim light, a promise of protection, yet more a reminder of our powerlessness. "We can't stay here," he said, urgency creeping into his tone. I could see the conflict flickering in him, a tempest of fear and resolve. "We have to warn them." But what was a warning worth when the lines of trust had blurred? I could see the shadows shift around us, a chaotic dance of miscommunication and missteps that had brought us to this point. The betrayal of allies, the gnawing uncertainty that wrapped itself around our minds like a noose. How could we convey our fears when words had become weapons, when honesty twisted and turned like a wisp of smoke, dissipating before it could settle? I remember Clara, her laughter like breaking glass, so sharp and beautiful. She had warned us, her eyes dark with foreboding, yet we had dismissed her. "The council can't be trusted," she'd said, her voice barely above a whisper, a haunting echo that now reverberated in my ears. "They're lying to us, playing games while we stand on the brink of disaster." I should have listened. I should have fought harder to believe her. But now, as the clock struck midnight, the weight of our choices crashed down, relentless and suffocating. The city had become a labyrinth of shadows, and we were mere moths drawn to the flame, oblivious to the looming disaster. The distant sounds of clashing steel and cries of anguish grew louder, a symphony of despair that churned my stomach. We had waited too long, let doubt seep into our hearts like poison. And now, it was clawing its way back out. "Do you think they'll listen?" Ethan's voice trembled, a stark contrast to the fierce warrior I had known. Clutching the sword, there was a childlike fear behind his bravado, a glimpse of the boy who had once chased fireflies in a meadow, dreaming of heroism. "Do you think they'll believe us?" "I don't know," I murmured, the truth sinking its teeth into my chest. "But we have to try." We moved through the streets, shadows dancing on the cobblestones, our footsteps echoing like ghosts of the past. Each step was a heartbeat, a reminder of what had been lost and what lay ahead. The tension thickened, the air electric, charged with something more than fear, hope, desperation, longing for redemption. As we neared the council hall, built of cold stone and stoic silence, the whispers of the night wrapped around us. I could see the faint glow of lanterns flickering in the windows, the silhouettes of figures engaged in hushed conversations, unaware of the storm brewing just outside. I felt the weight of expectation pressing down like a shroud, the burden of all our miscommunications coiling around my throat. I wanted to scream out, to shatter the barriers of misunderstanding that had led us here, but the words caught in my throat, choking me with their absence. Ethan pushed the door open, the creak like a cry of despair, and we stepped into the council chamber, a cavern of secrets and lies. The faces turned to us, suspicion etched into their features, eyes narrowed like blades. "What do you want?" one of them barked, and it echoed through the room like a death knell. "Please," I said, desperation spilling from my lips. "We've come to warn you. The enemy prepares to strike. We need to unite. This is our chance to. Enough." The chair creaked as a figure rose to his feet, towering above the rest, his voice booming like thunder. "You're just children playing at war. You don't understand the stakes." But I did. I had tasted the bitter tang of betrayal, felt the icy grip of fear clenching around my heart. I could see the truth in Ethan's eyes, a shared understanding that had formed between us in the flickering light of uncertainty. We were not children anymore, we were haunted souls caught in the fog of war, struggling against the currents that threatened to drag us under. "Please!" I cried, the raw emotion bursting forth, shattering the silence like glass. "Listen to us! We won't survive this if we don't stand together." Silence fell heavy like a shroud, a pause pregnant with unspoken words and unresolved emotions. I could feel the weight of 1,000 decisions hanging in the air, echoes of the past colliding with the present, a cacophony of miscommunication that had led us into this perilous moment. The council members exchanged glances, doubt flickering in their eyes, but fear reigned supreme. Their hesitation felt like a knife turning in my gut. I trembled, caught in this relentless cycle of conflict, this chaos that spun like a top on the edge of a precipice. I was ready to scream, to unleash the storm within, to tear down the walls that had built up around us like a fortress of despair. But the moment stretched, time hanging like a fragile thread, and I knew that we were only at the beginning of our descent into darkness. And then a single voice broke through the fog, uncertain yet fierce. "What if they're right?" The voice trembled, raw and vulnerable. "What if we're about to lose everything?" I turned, eyes wide, as Clara emerged from the shadows, a ghost of the girl I had once known, and in that moment, I felt the world tilt. We were not just fighting for ourselves, we were fighting for each other, a fragile thread that bound us in the chaos, a flicker of hope against the backdrop of despair. As the night closed in, I knew the battle was only beginning, a relentless tide of uncertainty and miscommunication that would sweep us all away if we couldn't stand together. I could hear it, the clock ticking, reminding me that time was slipping through our fingers, that the fog of war was thickening around us, and the only way out was through the light we had yet to ignite. And so, we stood on the precipice, hearts pounding, emotions raw and exposed, praying that we could create a spark before it was too late. In the heart of the city, shadows clutch at the walls, twisting like frightened children. The sirens wail, a banshee's lament, a chilling reminder of the chaos that has seeped into every corner of existence. I stand there, breath caught in my throat, staring into the abyss of a battlefield where truth and lies dance a macabre tango. Around me, the air is thick, suffocating, filled with the stench of despair and smoke. My heart pounds, a war drum beating against my ribcage, echoing the relentless pulse of panic. I remember the first time I saw her, Maya, a whisper of resilience wrapped in rags, her eyes pools of midnight. She moved through the streets, gathering scraps of hope like others would gather bread. I had watched her tear down the propaganda posters plastered across the rotting walls, those bright, hollow smiles of a regime that fed on fear. Each torn corner was a small act of rebellion, each flick of her wrist a promise of defiance. "We are more than their lies," she would whisper to the shadows, and I believed her. I wanted to, with every fiber of my being. But now, as the sirens scream louder, I can feel the certainty begin to fracture. The truth, that elusive spectre, slips through my fingers like sand. It's a battle fought not just with guns and grenades but with words, with images that haunt the mind long after the echoes of gunfire fade. Propaganda is a weapon wielded by those in power, and in this twisted war, morale is the currency that buys survival. Then there's Omar, my brother in arms, his spirit as unyielding as a stone but burdened with the weight of doubt. He stands beside me, fists clenched, eyes scanning the horizon. I see the flicker of fear beneath his bravado, the way he grips his rifle like a lifeline. Maya's out there, he says, voice low yet charged, electric with urgency. We can't let them win. We can't let them turn her into a ghost. I remember when he first spoke of ghosts, how he painted them as symbols of the lost, the forgotten. They haunt us, he said, but they can also guide us. I can feel ghostly echoes surrounding us now, memories of laughter, of dreams unfulfilled, of futures slipped through our fingers. The weight of it is a palpable presence, suffocating and yet strangely comforting in its familiarity. The streets are alive with chaos. Voices rise and fall like the tide, crashing against the shore of sanity. A child screams, a mother cries, and the city itself seems to groan beneath the pressure of despair. In this cacophony, I hear the whispers of propaganda, messages that twist the knife of fear deeper into the heart of the populace. Unity is strength, they chant, but I see the cracks, the fractures formed by mistrust and doubt. I see neighbors turning against neighbors, twisted by the venom of uncertainty. Time bends, stretches like a taut wire ready to snap. Seconds become hours, and the air is thick with tension. I can feel it coiling around me, wrapping me in a shroud of despair and dread. Omar's breath quickens, and I feel the pulse of panic radiating from him. We're losing her, he says, voice trembling like a fragile thread. We have to act now. The night is a tapestry of shadows, a cloak under which secrets breed. I can see them, figures darting through the darkness, intent on snuffing out the flickering embers of resistance. I can taste the bitter tang of fear on my tongue, and it mingles with the possibility of hope. My heart races as I think of Maya, her fierce spirit, the way she ignited hope in the hearts of those around her. We will find her, I whisper, the promise laced with desperation. But amid the chaos, doubt seeps in like a creeping vine, strangling clarity. The propaganda is relentless, a machine that churns out lies with the precision of a clock. Every word, every image, is designed to fracture our resolve, to make us question our choices, to shake our faith in one another. The voices grow louder, a chorus of manipulation that seeks to drown out the truth. Your sacrifice is meaningless, they scream. You are alone. I remember the nights we spent huddled together, sharing dreams under the stars, the cosmos a vast, unyielding canvas of possibility. We are not alone, Maya had said. Even the smallest stars can light the darkest of nights. But now, the stars seem dim, smothered by the fog of despair, and I feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down on me. A sudden explosion rips through the night, tearing apart the fabric of reality. Light blooms in a violent flash, and I'm thrown to the ground, a rag doll caught in the storm. Dust chokes me as I gasp for breath, and in that moment, time stands still. The world narrows, first to the distant sound of chaos, then to the silence that follows, an eerie calm after the storm. And then I see her, a fleeting figure darting through the shadows, a ghost made flesh. Maya. My heart lurches, a slingshot of hope. Maya. I scream, but the sound is swallowed by the night. I scramble to my feet, propelled by the ferocity of my longing, the strength of my fear. Omar is beside me, and together we push forward, driven by the relentless pulse of urgency. But every step feels like a battle against an invisible tide, the weight of the propaganda pressing against our backs. They want us to forget, to relinquish hope. They want us to become shadows of ourselves, mere echoes of defiance. The confrontation looms, a specter hanging over us, heavy with the weight of the unknown. Fear courses through my veins, but so does a desperate resolve, the kind that ignites a fire in the deepest recesses of the soul. I can feel it now, a tide rising within, fueled by the memories of laughter, of dreams shared under the stars. We are not alone. Not yet. And as we plunge into the heart of darkness, ready to confront the demons that loom large, I hold on to that truth. The battle is not just for survival, it's for the very essence of what it means to be human. Morale is our shield, and propaganda may be their weapon, but our will, our indomitable spirit, will be the torch that lights the way through the gathering shadows. In this moment, the world feels both impossibly vast and achingly small. I can almost hear the whisper of the cosmos, the pulsing heartbeat of a universe that spins on, indifferent yet eternally aware. Fear and hope intertwine, a delicate dance of light and darkness, and as I lock eyes with Omar, I know, we will fight, we will resist, we will prevail. And in that charged moment, the city around us fades, the cacophony of chaos blurring into the background. The confrontation awaits, but we are not merely soldiers, we are echoes of a future yet to be born, warriors forged in the fires of resilience, and we will not be silenced. We are alive, and the night is ours to conquer. The wind howled through the narrow streets, reverberating against the stone walls like a warning bell. I stood frozen, heart racing, as the shadows danced around me. The air was thick with tension, heavy with unspoken words that seemed to claw at the edges of my mind. In the distance, the clash of metal rang out, a haunting reminder of the conflict brewing between us. A flicker of movement caught my eye. There, at the edge of the marketplace, stood Mara, her face a mask of defiance. I remember how her dark curls whipped around her face, wild and untamed, mirroring the chaos within her. She was beautiful, fiercely so, even in this moment of madness. Her hands were clenched into fists, and I could see the tremor of fear beneath her steely exterior. It was a look I knew all too well, the struggle between loyalty and the yearning to break free. Then there was Ahmed, his figure looming like a specter in the shadows. His presence was magnetic, pulling me deeper into the turmoil that gripped our community. I could almost hear the whispers of our ancestors, every heartbeat echoing their pain, their hopes. Ahmed's eyes were searching, filled with a desperate longing to bridge the divide that threatened to tear us apart. But today, there was no bridge, only the chasm of our differences lay before us, a yawning abyss ready to swallow us whole. The air crackled with the fervor of 1,000 unshared dreams and fears. Rituals that once brought us together now felt like chains, binding us to the past while we screamed for liberation. The marketplace, once vibrant with laughter and the aroma of spices, had turned into a battleground. Symbols that should have united us, flags, traditions, fluttered and snapped like the frayed nerves of a people on the brink. I could taste the acrid fear on my tongue, mingling with the scent of smoke rising from the nearby stalls. I remember the moments before, when silence wrapped itself around us, an eerie stillness that hinted at the violence to come. The chants of the opposing factions filled the air, rising and falling like a macabre symphony. A push, a shove, and the dam broke. Bodies collided, a surge of anger and despair, each person a fragment of a larger story, each blow a punctuation mark in our shared history. Mara lunged forward, her voice a fierce melody amidst the chaos. "We are not enemies," she cried, her words slicing through the din. I felt the weight of her plea, a desperate attempt to weave a tapestry of unity from the frayed threads of our differences. But in that moment, it seemed to fall on deaf ears. The crowd surged, primal and chaotic, a tidal wave of emotion threatening to drown us all. I could feel Ahmed's anguish, a palpable force that wrapped around me like a shroud. He had always sought to mediate, to be the voice of reason, but how could he reason with a raging storm? Each fist that flew, each shout that echoed, was a reminder of how fragile our bonds had become. The symbols we cherished now felt like knives, cutting deeper into the very fabric of our identities. I remember the faces, twisted in rage or fear. The elderly who had lived through this, who understood the weight of history, stood in the back, watching with hollow eyes. They knew the price of conflict, the toll it took on the human soul. And yet, here we were, repeating the same mistakes, caught in a cycle of anger and misunderstanding. A grandmother cradling a broken heirloom, a child lost in the chaos, it was all too much, a visceral reminder of everything we stood to lose. And then, just as suddenly, a hush fell over the crowd. A figure emerged from the shadows, an elder, gnarled and wise, her presence commanding. She raised her hand, and the air shifted, crackling with possibility. "Enough," she declared, her voice steady and fierce. "We are more than this. Mara and Ahmed exchanged a glance, a fragile moment of connection amid the storm. I could see the flicker of hope in their eyes, a yearning to cling to something greater than ourselves. The elder's words hung in the air, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. But the chasm was vast, and the battle within us raged on, refusing to relent. As the tension mounted, I felt the haunting specter of time loom over us. Clocks ticked away in the background, each second a reminder of the choices that lay before us. Would we continue to dance this dance of destruction, or could we find a way to heal? I could feel the weight of our ancestors on my shoulders, their whispers urging us to remember the laughter, the stories that bound us, the shared moments that could light the darkness. I stepped forward, heart pounding, caught between the desire to flee and the need to stand my ground. "We can't keep doing this," I shouted, my voice rising above the chaos. "This isn't who we are." The eyes of the crowd turned toward me, a collective breath held in the balance. Mara looked at me, her fierce spirit igniting a spark deep within. Ahmed nodded, a silent promise to fight alongside me. We were flawed, driven by our passions, but we were not alone. The symbols that divided us loomed large, but perhaps they could also unite us, if only we dared to confront the ghosts of our past. As the wind howled, echoing the dissonance of our spirits, I felt the first tremors of change ripple through the crowd. It was fragile, a flicker of light in the suffocating darkness, but it was there. A promise of what could be. And just like that, the world shifted. The marketplace transformed, becoming a tapestry of hope woven from the threads of our pain. The whispers of our ancestors became a chorus, urging us toward a new dawn. The battle raged on, but within us stirred the possibility of reconciliation, raw and aching, waiting to burst forth like the first bloom of spring. With every heartbeat, I felt the connection, the pulse of our shared humanity. And in that moment, as the chaos swirled around us, I realized, we were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for each other. For the dreams yet to be born, for the laughter that had yet to echo through these streets, for the rituals that could heal rather than divide. The clash continued, but amid the turmoil, something beautiful was beginning to emerge, a fragile thread of unity woven from the fragments of our hearts. I held on tight, knowing that the real battle was just beginning. The air crackled with tension, thick and heavy, like the smoke that hung low over the battlefield. I could hear the distant roar, a monstrous wave of chaos crashing against the shore of my sanity. I stood there, heart pounding, every beat a drum echoing the dread that clawed at my insides. Around me, shadows danced, flickering in the dying light, as if the very ground beneath us is alive, whispering secrets of despair and betrayal. I remember the moment vividly, when everything shifted. The sky, once a fierce blue, turned to an ominous gray, heavy with clouds swollen with rain and grief. It was then that I saw her, Ilara, with her fiery hair now dulled by the grime of battle. She was cradling the lifeless body of her brother, laughter once bright in their eyes now extinguished, replaced by a hollow void that echoed in the depths of my soul. I had known love in her laughter, a fierce spirit that could ignite the coldest of hearts. Now, it was all but ashes. "Why did you leave me?" she screamed, her voice a sharp knife cutting through the silence. The words hung in the air, a heavy shroud of accusation that wrapped around us, suffocating. I wanted to reach for her, to tell her that it wasn't my fault, that fate had its cruel hands wrapped tightly around my throat. But each step toward her felt like stepping into quicksand, an inescapable pull into the abyss that threatened to swallow us whole. The atmosphere was electric with despair, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon of our hopes. My friend, Yarok, stood beside me, his face a mask of fury and helplessness. Each breath he took was a battle, each glance toward the horizon filled with the weight of what was to come. "We can't lose them, not like this," he murmured, fists clenched at his sides, a storm brewing within him. But I could see the flicker of doubt lurking behind his eyes, a tiny seed of despair threatening to sprout and consume him whole. We were standing on a precipice, and the tide was turning. The army we once believed invincible faltered, their once proud banners now hanging limp, dripping with the blood of fallen dreams. I could hear the clash of steel, the cries of the wounded, and the haunting silence of those who would never rise again. Time felt distorted, stretched like a rubber band ready to snap, and with every heartbeat, it became harder to breathe. I remember the night before, under a sky littered with stars, when we had whispered promises of victory, painted dreams of what tomorrow could bring. How naive we had been. Now, we stood in a cacophony of chaos, where hope was a ghost haunting the edges of our minds, taunting us with the shadows of what could have been. "Look!" Yarok shouted, pointing toward the horizon. My heart sank as I followed his gaze. Emerging from the shadows were figures draped in darkness, faceless guardians of despair marching toward us with an unyielding purpose. The realization hit me like a blow to the chest. This was the reckoning we had feared. The ground trembled beneath our feet, a rhythm of dread that pulsed in time with our racing hearts. "Get ready!" I shouted, though my voice wavered, betraying the fear that gripped me. We had trained, practiced, but nothing could prepare us for the reality of this moment. The faces of our friends, allies reduced to mere silhouettes in this terrible theater of war, flashed in my mind. Their laughter, their dreams, snuffed out like candles in a storm. Ilara's gaze locked onto mine, a desperate plea mingling with the rage in her eyes. "You will fight, won't you? For him? For us?" The weight of her words was a boulder, pressing down on my heart. I had to fight, not just for my survival but for hers, for the memory of the brother who would never laugh again. "I will," I promised, though I could feel the tremors of doubt coursing through me. The tide was against us, and I was struggling to stay afloat in this rising sea of despair. The battlefield loomed, dark and ominous, a vast expanse of nightmares. I could almost hear the cries of the fallen echoing through the ages, a chorus of lost souls weaving a tapestry of grief that enveloped us. As the first clash of swords rang out, my heart raced. It was a symphony of chaos, a dance of death, and I was but a pawn in this tragic game. I could hear Yarok's battle cry, raw and primal, as he charged forward, a lion facing the darkness. I wanted to follow him, to join in this desperate bid for survival, but the weight of sorrow anchored my feet to the ground. I could see Ilara, a flash of fire in the storm, plunging into the fray, a warrior forged in the fires of loss. But with each swing of her sword, I could sense her soul fracturing, the shards of her spirit scattering like leaves in the autumn wind. It was a beautiful tragedy, watching her fight, yet heartbreaking to witness the toll it took on her. The chaos enveloped me, a whirlpool pulling me into its depths. I was drowning in despair, yet a flicker of hope remained, a fragile ember nestled within the ruins of my heart. I watched Ilara, I watched Yarok, and I knew that we would either rise from this or be consumed. But those moments of clarity were fleeting, like whispers in the wind, quickly overshadowed by the roar of battle. And there it was, the tide turning. In that moment, as all hope seemed lost, I realized despair was not the end. It was the beginning of something raw and unfathomable. Would it break us or forge us anew? In the cacophony of war, amidst the screams and the shadows, we were on the brink of something greater. The question lingered like a ghost. Would we emerge, battered but unbroken, or would our tale be one of despair, lost among the shadows of forgotten soldiers? Time slipped away as the tide of chaos surged on, and I found myself standing at the edge of the abyss, watching the waves crash violently against the rocks of our dreams. Would I leap into the unknown, or would I let the tide sweep me away into darkness? The answer danced just beyond grasp, a moment suspended in the air, heavy with possibility. The battle was just beginning, and I could feel the universe holding its breath, waiting for the storm to break. The rain fell like knives, sharp and relentless, drenching the alleyway where shadows danced and whispered secrets only the damned could understand. I stood there, heart thundering, drenched in both water and fear, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and despair. A looming figure emerged from the darkness, a ghost from the past, and my breath hitched. This was not just some midnight rendezvous, this was an execution, and I was both the executioner and the executed. "Where have you been?" The voice was cold, biting. It cut through the night like a blade, and I felt it claw at my insides. I remembered a time when that voice was warm, a lullaby in a world gone mad. But now? Now it felt like chains rattling against my conscience. It belonged to Elena, the one I loved, and the one who had made a career of extracting truths that were better left buried. "I had to," I whispered, the words catching in my throat like shards of glass. "They're everywhere, Elena. They know about us. Each syllable dripped with desperation, the weight of our choices pulling me deeper into a pit of regret. I could taste the bitterness of betrayal. Once, we had been a pair of idealists, two souls united by noble aspirations. We dreamed of a world where shadows didn't stretch into lives, where secrets didn't come with a price. But the world had changed us. "Your dreams are dead, James," she said, voice trembling, but it wasn't anger that fueled her words, it was fear, fear for me, fear for us. "You're flirting with catastrophe." I could see her heart cracking, tearing at the seams, each pulse a reminder of what we had lost. The clock in the distance ticked mercilessly, counting down moments like a countdown to doom. I remember, I started, the memories flooding back, our first meeting in a smoky bar, laughter spilling like wine over the edges of our glasses, the way her eyes lit up when she spoke of justice. But that was before the weight of espionage sank its teeth into us. Before the lines blurred, and we became pawns in a deadly game. I remember when we believed we could change the world. Her laugh was hollow, echoing off the slick cobblestones, a chilling reminder of how far we had fallen. Change? We're just cogs in a machine now, James. Just pieces on a board, waiting for the next player to make their move. And just like that, the atmosphere shifted, tension coiling around us tighter than the noose of our fate. I could feel the eyes of the unseen, lurking in the shadows, watching our every move. The agency had a way of turning lovers into adversaries. They had a name for it, collateral damage. I could hear the faint rustle of fabric against fabric, a warning that someone else was there, too, an invisible predator stalking our very souls. I turned, heart racing, and caught a glimpse of another figure. But in espionage, you never knew if the face was friend or foe. The city felt alive, the streets breathing, whispering secrets, alive with ghosts of those who had come before us, those who had disappeared into the night never to return. "James," Elena's voice broke through the fog of my thoughts, urgent, pleading. "We need to go. Now. They're closing in." I could see the fear etched on her face, the shadows of doubt creeping into her eyes. I knew the truth, knew that to survive, we had to shed every piece of our former selves like a snake sheds its skin. But could I truly leave behind everything I loved? I felt my heart waging war against logic, against the cold calculations that had become second nature. "I can't," I said, raw and ragged, the air thick with tension. "Not without you." A moment of silence stretched between us, heavy and suffocating. It was the kind of silence that spoke of unspeakable things, of choices that led to paths unrevealed and destinies unfulfilled. I looked deep into her eyes, searching for a flicker of the hope we once had shared. "We can fight this together. We always have." "Elena!" The shout shattered the moment. A silhouette emerged from the shadows, and my heart plummeted. Mark, my partner, my brother in this twisted game, stood there, his eyes cold and calculating. His allegiance had always been to the agency, the puppet master pulling the strings. "You need to leave him. Now." The words hung in the air, sharp and toxic, ready to explode. I felt the world tilt beneath me. Betrayal seeped into my veins, burning like acid. Mark had made his choice, and in choosing loyalty over brotherhood, he had sealed my fate. "James," Elena said softly, desperation lacing her voice, "they're not coming for us. They're coming for you. It's over." I wanted to scream, to shake her, to force her to see the truth, but it was too late. The echoes of our past were drowned out by the thunder of footsteps closing in, the clock ticking down, each second a reminder that time was running out. I remembered the dreams we had spun like gossamer threads, now tangled in the web of espionage, where trust was a fragile paper boat adrift in a storm. "Run," I said, finally grasping the weight of my decision. "You have to go. I'll hold them off." Her eyes widened, a kaleidoscope of emotions flickering across her face, fear, anger, love, despair. "No. I can't leave you." But the world outside was unforgiving. I could hear the footsteps, feel the predatory gaze of those who had turned humanity into a chess game. I had to protect her, even if it meant drowning in the abyss. "Go." I yelled, my voice breaking, raw with emotion, shaking with the weight of our choices. Forget me. Just run. And as she disappeared into the shadows, I was left standing in the rain, drenched in desperation, the ghosts of our past clawing at my heart. The storm raged on, and I could feel the walls closing in, darkness swallowing the light. I could almost hear the ticking of the clock, mocking me, counting down the moments until I would become just another casualty in this cruel game of espionage, a whisper in the night, a name swallowed by the void. Lightning cleaved the sky, a jagged scar of white that illuminated the old barn, revealing the shreds of its wood like a battered heart. Rain lashed down, fierce and unforgiving, as if the heavens were unleashing their fury upon the world. In that moment, Ellie stood frozen, heart racing, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Every drop felt like a judgment, each rumble of thunder a reminder of the storm brewing not just outside, but within her. She clutched the faded photograph in her hand, a picture of her brother, laughing, carefree, a memory now haunting her like a ghost in the pouring rain. Ellie! The shout cut through the storm. It was Jacob, her estranged father, fighting his way through the downpour, face twisted in desperation. They hadn't spoken in years, not since the funeral, not since the night everything shattered into a million pieces. She could see the determination etched into his features, but there was fear too, a raw, palpable fear that mirrored her own. A fear of the storm? Or of the truths they buried beneath layers of anger and betrayal? Get inside, he called, his voice a strained echo against the wind. But she couldn't move, rooted to the spot, the photograph heavy in her hand. She remembered the warmth of the sun on her back, the laughter shared on the front porch. Those fleeting moments burned bright in her mind like the lightning above, illuminating the darkness around them. How had they gone so far astray? How had grief morphed into this suffocating silence? When she finally stepped forward, it felt like wading through molasses, the weight of their shared past pulling her down. The barn loomed ahead, a dark maw ready to swallow them both. She hesitated, heart pounding, as memories collided, her brother's absence, their father's hollow eyes, the unspoken words that hung between them like a noose. Each drop of rain seemed to ask, "What will you do?" Inside, the barn was a cacophony of sound, the howling wind, the relentless drip of water, the shuddering of old timbers. Jacob's eyes darted around, scanning for something beyond the storm. "Why are you here?" Her voice broke the air, sharp and jagged, like the mountain peaks in the distance. She didn't want to invite him into her turmoil, but the storm raged on, an oppressive force that pushed them closer together. "I came to find you," he shouted over the din. "We can't hide forever. We need to talk." Each word thudded in her chest, igniting the embers of anger she thought had cooled. Talk? Talk about what? About how he had abandoned her when she needed him most. Or about how the world was falling apart around them, a mirror to their fractured lives. Talk, she scoffed, the bitterness coated on her tongue like ash. What is there left to say? She felt her pulse quicken, the storm raging outside echoing the tempest within her. She could see the flicker of something in his eyes, the flicker of regret, of longing, of the desperate need for redemption. And then it hit her like the thunder cracking overhead, the realization that they were both trapped in a storm, each battling their own demons, each carrying the weight of loss that had chained them to this moment. The rain beat down on the roof, a relentless reminder of the grief that soaked through their lives. "I remember when we used to sit out here," Jacob said, his voice softer now. "When the storms brought us together, not tore us apart." There was a vulnerability in his eyes that made Ellie's heart ache. She wanted to reach out, to bridge that chasm of silence, but fear gripped her throat like a vice. If she let go of her anger, what would be left? Would forgiveness swallow her whole, leaving her bare and exposed? But the storm had a mind of its own, and in that raw moment of vulnerability, it began to shift. The winds howled louder, a shrieking siren that wrapped around them like a shroud. Ellie's eyes darted to the door, the shadows dancing menacingly, whispering secrets of past mistakes, of things better left unsaid. The world outside felt like a different reality, one where they were merely ghosts haunting an abandoned life. "Don't you see?" Jacob continued, stepping closer, his voice trembling. "We're losing everything. If we don't confront this, we'll drown in our own despair." Each word was a lifeline thrown into the churning waters between them. And in that moment, Ellie felt the storm within her crack open, spilling forth memories that had been damned for too long. "I remember the way you looked at me when Mom died," she whispered, the confession spilling from her like the rain. "I remember that night, the way you just left. You didn't even look back." Tears blurred her vision, mixing with the rain that dripped from her hair, pooling at her feet like all the unaddressed grief. Jacob flinched, the truth of her words striking him hard. "I was drowning too, Ellie. I didn't know how to be there for you. I thought I was protecting you by staying away." His voice cracked open, revealing a rawness that sent chills racing down her spine. The wind howled again, this time deafening, as if the universe demanded an answer. Her heart raced, pounding against the confines of her chest. Would she let the storm swallow her whole, or would she dare to confront the chaos and find clarity? "I'm tired of running," she finally admitted, her voice muffled by the rain. "I'm tired of pretending everything's fine." The admission hung in the air, heavy and electric, as the storm outside raged on, relentless and wild. The ground shook beneath them, a reminder that they were alive, that the earth beneath their feet was not just a place to stand, but a battleground of memories and choices, echoing with the weight of the past. With every heartbeat, she felt the storm begin to shift, a subtle change in the atmosphere as if the universe was holding its breath. The clouds churned above, dark and brooding, but somewhere beneath the chaos, there was a whisper of hope, a promise that they could find their way back to each other, even if the road was fraught with pain and uncertainty. And as Ellie faced Jacob, the rain poured harder, mixing their tears with the storm, binding them together in a raw, unbreakable truth. Tonight, they would weather the storm, together. They would step into the chaos, confronting the demons that haunted them, ready to reclaim the memories that mattered most. As the thunder rolled, they stood on the precipice of something profound, the air crackling with possibility, the night stretching endlessly before them like a dark canvas waiting to be painted with the colors of their truth. The air crackled with tension, a living thing, pulsating and throbbing, as if it held its breath. At the edge of the battlefield, amidst a cacophony of screams and clashing steel, the sun hung low, casting long shadows that twisted like ghosts reaching for forgotten dreams. The ground trembled beneath heavy boots, each step a prelude to chaos, and I stood there, heart pounding against my ribs, a trapped rabbit in a snare of dread. I remember the moment when everything shifted. A flash of silver, metal meeting metal, a scream slicing through the din like a knife through flesh. It was Marcus, his sword raised high, face streaked with the dirt of desperation, eyes burning with defiance. "For honor," he shouted, voice cracking, yet unwavering. I could see the fear gnawing at the edges of his resolve, could feel the weight of his unspoken doubts. He always carried them like stones in his pocket, reminders of every failure, every missed chance, and now, they threatened to pull him under. And then there was Elara, fiery and fierce, her hair wild like a tempest. "We can't lose. Not now," she yelled, but beneath that bravado, I saw the flicker of vulnerability. She was a warrior, yes, but also a sister, a daughter, a human. Her mind raced, grappling with the possibility of loss, the shadows of those we cared for, the faces of loved ones buried in a haze of memories. The wind howled, carrying with it the scent of iron and smoke. I could taste it, a metallic tang that clung to the back of my throat. It reminded me of the first time I had held a sword, the way the weight felt foreign yet familiar, the thrill of power and the creeping tendrils of fear. "What am I?" I had whispered to myself, grappling with the duality of destruction and protection. I could see that same conflict reflected in Marcus's eyes, that same line between heroism and madness. "Back to back," Elara commanded, her voice sharp as a blade. We formed a circle, bodies pressed close, a fragile fortress against the tide of chaos. I could feel their breaths, quick and frantic, could almost hear their hearts, drumming a frantic rhythm that echoed the tumult of the battlefield. It was a dance of survival, and we were caught in its grasp, spinning toward an inevitable conclusion. "Remember the village," Marcus urged, and with those words, I was thrown back into yesterday, a sun-soaked afternoon, laughter ringing like bells, the scent of fresh bread wafting through the air. We were children then, ignorant of the darkness that lurked beyond the horizon, our dreams unfurling like the petals of spring flowers. I found comfort in the warmth of those memories, but the weight of the present pulled me back to the flicker of flames and the cries of the wounded. The enemy surged forward, a tide of armor and malice, and I felt the world narrow to a single point, a heartbeat, rapid and uncertain. I swung my sword, the arc of it almost graceful, and yet every clash was a reminder of fragility, of the thin line dividing life and death. I could see Marcus falter, just for a heartbeat, and I wanted to scream, to shatter that moment of uncertainty. Stay with us. Fight back. Elara moved like a tempest, her strikes fueled by raw energy, but even she felt the fraying edges of hope. What do we fight for? She cried, her voice rising above the din. What is worth this price? A question loomed in the air, heavy and unyielding. I could see it in her eyes, that flicker of doubt wrestling with the fire of her spirit. In the chaos, I found my answer, a small village, laughter and love, soft embraces shared in moonlit nights. I thought of my mother's stories, of stars shimmering like promises, and I realized that it was those moments, those fragile, fleeting fragments of joy, that we fought for. And then it happened. A moment of clarity, a flash of insight that sliced through the fog of fear. Marcus rallied, a roar bursting forth from deep within him, rallying us with a primal energy that surged through the air. Together, he shouted, and the words seemed to ignite a spark. We fight for each other. And like wildfire, it spread. Elara, emboldened, unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one fueled by the hope we clung to. We formed a tempest of our own, a cyclone of fury and resilience. I felt the sword sing as it sliced through the air, felt the connection of our spirits, three souls intertwined, fighting against the encroaching darkness. But the tide was relentless. The enemy pressed on, their faces shrouded in shadows, their eyes glimmering with malice. I could feel the weight of our desperation, the fear of loss coiling around my heart like a serpent ready to strike. What if we fall? I thought, but then I remembered the village again, our dreams woven into the fabric of every battle. Suddenly, the ground beneath us trembled violently, an earthquake of destiny. Time stretched and warped, and in that moment, I felt the cosmos hold its breath. An explosion of light, a flash brighter than the sun. The world around us froze, suspended in that heartbeat, and I could hear the whispers of fate circling like vultures above. In that instant, we were nothing and everything, warriors and dreamers, fragments of a larger tapestry. We were the echoes of every person who had come before us, and every soul that would follow. And as the world unfurled once more, we charged forward. Heart racing, breath mingling with the shouts around us, we pushed against the tide, our resolve solidified, our spirits intertwined. The moment hung heavy, a fragile thread weaving through the chaos, threading hope into despair, binding us together against the storm. The battle raged on, but we moved as one, a tempest of defiance and love, the air thick with the scent of smoke and sweat. And as I looked into Marcus's eyes, as I felt Elara's fierce spirit beside me, I knew this was just the beginning. No end, no resolution, just the pulse of life, raw, unyielding, beautiful. And we would fight, not just for survival, but for the very essence of what made us human, a beacon in the dark night. The air was thick with dust and smoke, each breath a desperate grasp at life. In the distance, the sun hung low, a molten orb caught in the grip of twilight, casting shadows that danced like the ghosts of those who had fought and fallen. I could feel the weight of it all pressing against my chest, fear, regret, and a bitter taste of survival. The ground shook beneath our feet, remnants of war echoed in the silence, a haunting reminder of what had just unfolded. I remember the moment. The explosion had ripped through the camp like a predator, leaving chaos in its wake. I was crouched behind a half-buried rock, heart racing, stinging adrenaline coursing through my veins. I glanced at my brother, Ethan, his eyes wide with shock, reflecting the world's collapse around us. We were soldiers, yes, but in that instant, we were just two boys, scared and lost in the hell of it all. A scream pierced the air, a sound so raw it could slice through flesh. It belonged to Sammy, our friend, his voice an echo of innocence shattered. We rushed toward the sound, every step heavier than the last, every heartbeat a countdown to what we feared. I remember the chaos of bodies colliding, the chaos of shouts and cries. We were fighting against something more than the enemy. We were fighting against the crippling truth that we might not make it out alive. "What do we do?" Ethan shouted, his voice cracking. The boy who had once told me stories of heroism and glory now trembled with uncertainty. I could barely find the words. All I could hear was the thundering of my heart, drowning out the chaos, drowning out reason itself. "We stay together," I managed to say, the words tasting like ash on my tongue. We sprinted forward, dodging debris and ghostly shadows, fear clawing at our throats. I could see Sammy now, lying still, his eyes staring blankly up at the sky, a sky that had betrayed him. The realization crushed me, an avalanche of helplessness that threatened to bury me alongside him. I knelt beside him, fingers trembling as I brushed against his blood-soaked shirt. "Sammy," I whispered, but the name felt foreign on my lips, as if it belonged to someone else, a world where innocence still thrived. Ethan fell to his knees beside me, tears streaming down his dirt-streaked face. "He can't be gone," he murmured, disbelief wrapping around his words like a vice. I never knew how to comfort someone in grief, never knew how to offer solace when the ground beneath us felt like it was giving way. All I could do was suck in air, the metallic taste of it choking me, and hope it wasn't true. The world around us fell silent, the kind of silence that wraps around you, suffocating yet deafening. I remember looking up, the sun hanging low like a dying ember, casting an eerie glow over the scene, as if the universe was mourning alongside us. The ghosts of our fallen friends swirled in the air, their laughter now a cruel taunt, a whisper of what could have been. Time stretched and warped in that moment, a cruel cosmic trick. I felt the weight of eternity pressing down as I clutched Sammy's lifeless hand, the warmth fading, slipping through my fingers like sand. I remember, but the memories would not come, only the ache of what I had lost, what we had all lost. The echoes of gunfire resumed, a cruel reminder that life continued beyond this moment, that somewhere out there, the fight raged on. I could hear the shouts of my comrades, the chaos of battle reigniting around us, and yet I felt frozen, anchored to this spot, this devastating truth. "We have to move," Ethan said, his voice now a mere whisper, his spirit crumbling like ancient stone. I wanted to scream, to rage against the heavens that had taken Sammy from us. I wanted to claw at the dirt, to dig him back up, to bring him back to us. But I felt the pull of survival tugging at my limbs, a haunting sense of responsibility. "We can't leave him," I managed to say, but even I could hear the uncertainty in my voice, the wavering strength. Ethan's gaze pierced through me, a mix of anguish and resolve. "We honor him by fighting. By surviving." The words cut deeper than any blade, and I knew he was right, yet the thought of leaving Sammy behind felt like betrayal, a wound that would never heal. And then I remembered. I remembered the stories we shared, the dreams we spun beneath the stars, the brotherhood forged in laughter and light. It was that memory I clung to, that flickering ember of hope amid despair. "We carry him with us," I said slowly, my voice steadier now. "He lives in us." We rose, stumbling over grief and guilt, hearts heavy with loss but determined to move forward. I could feel the shadows closing in, the ghosts whispering warnings, and yet, I felt something else, an insatiable fire igniting within me. I couldn't change what had happened, couldn't erase the scars of combat, but I could honor his memory. As we turned back toward the chaos, I felt time shift again, each moment stretching out, weaving the past and present together. The battlefield was a tapestry of sorrow and survival, and somehow we were still a part of it. We rushed into the fray, hearts pounding, adrenaline surging, a haunting orchestration of life and death playing in the background. The horizon was painted with the colors of war, red and gold, fire and blood. And somewhere, beneath the weight of it all, I felt the presence of those we had lost, driving us forward, urging us to fight, to keep running, to embrace the chaos and the pain. "Together," I whispered, the word echoing through my soul. We were alive, but we were haunted, each heartbeat a reminder of the sacrifices made, the lives forever altered. The aftermath of combat was a weight we would carry, a ghostly companion that would shape our every step. And as we moved deeper into the fray, we understood that this was not the end. This was only the beginning. The alarm rang out, a siren piercing the cold, clear night air, slicing through the silence like a knife. Time twisted in that moment, stretching into a nauseating eternity. A solitary streetlight flickered, casting long shadows that danced like specters on the cracked pavement. I stood there, heart pounding in sync with the frantic blare, the world around me locked in a hideous tableau. I could feel it in my bones, the unmistakable weight of impending chaos. "Run!" A voice screamed from the darkness, but it felt like a whisper against the roar of rising panic. My friend Jamie was already sprinting, a blur of motion against the backdrop of fear. In that moment, I remembered the warmth of laughter shared just minutes before, now a ghost haunting me. We had been joking about the absurdity of it all, the last-minute plans, the spontaneity. Who knew spontaneity could lead us here, to this cruel precipice? Each stride felt like a leap into the unknown, the streets morphing into a labyrinth of desperation. The air was thick with the tang of adrenaline and something else, something more rancid, more intoxicating. "What is happening?" I gasped, breathless, as the shadows closed in. But the answer was drowned out by the cacophony of chaos. People shouted, some cried, while others just stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. In the distance, something exploded, a brilliant flash of orange against the indigo sky, the sound a gut-wrenching thud that seemed to resonate with the very core of my being. Then, the heartbeat of the crowd shifted. A new sound, a guttural roar, pierced through the disarray, and I felt it ripple through me like a shockwave. This wasn't just fear, it was a primal instinct, a fight or flight ignited. I turned to Jamie, his face a mask of shock and grim determination. "We need to go," I cried, but the words fell flat. The urgency was palpable, yet the weight of indecision hung heavy in the air. Across the street, a figure emerged from the shadows, Lucas, his brow furrowed, eyes glistening with a mixture of fear and resolve. He'd always been the dreamer among us, tethered to hope like a moth to a flame. But now, standing in the midst of pandemonium, he looked like a battle-hardened soldier ready to take on a world that had suddenly turned savage. "We can't just leave them," he shouted, pointing toward a group huddled together, visibly trembling, faces drawn tight in terror. "We have to help." And there it was, the chasm between survival and altruism, echoing in every heartbeat. I felt the pull, the gravitational force of compassion, but fear gnawed at my insides, an insistent whisper, "Save yourself first." Jamie hesitated, glancing between Lucas and the gathering storm of chaos that threatened to engulf us. I could see the conflict churning in his eyes, a tempest battling against the lighthouse of logic. "Lucas, no!" I pleaded, but my voice was swallowed by the chaos. The shadows danced closer, and I could almost hear their whispers, a symphony of despair. "We can't save them all." But Lucas was already moving, a lion charging into battle, his heart beating louder than the sirens. I felt the ground beneath me tremble as I stood paralyzed, rooted in an emotional quicksand. The world blurred, moments intertwining in a twisted knot of time. I remember the late-night talks, the dreams we spun like webs in the dark. We believed we could change the world, reshape it with our idealism. But this? This was reality, raw and unforgiving. I felt like a ghost watching as Lucas sprinted toward the vulnerable, his silhouette sharp against the flames licking the sky. "No!" I screamed again, but the world had already swallowed my words. As he reached the group, I glimpsed something flickering in his eyes, determination, yes, but also a flicker of doubt. It was there, stark and haunting. Would they see him as their savior or another threat? Would his bravery be met with gratitude or fear? The moment stretched like a rubber band, and I could almost hear the snap before it broke. Then everything shattered. A shot rang out, crisp, final. I saw the way Lucas fell, the light in his eyes dimming as he crumpled to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Time paused, a cruel trick, forcing me to witness the horror in slow motion. The world tilted, and I could feel the ground beneath me slipping away, a void where hope once resided. "Get back!" Jamie yelled, his hand grasping my arm, dragging me away from the edge of despair. I could hardly breathe, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the metallic tang of blood. I was losing him. I was losing them, my hopes, my dreams, my friend. Each heartbeat was a countdown, a reminder of our mortality, a reminder of all that we had taken for granted. And in that moment of raw terror, a realization struck like lightning: this was no longer just about survival, it was about the battle between fear and love, between the instinct to preserve oneself and the urge to protect those we hold dear. I felt something shift within me, something primal. The shadows grew darker, but I refused to let them consume me. I would not be a bystander in this unfolding tragedy. With every ounce of strength, I pulled Jamie back toward the chaos, toward the flickering light of humanity standing against the darkness. "We're going back," I said, voice trembling but unwavering. His eyes widened, filled with a mixture of fear and admiration, but he nodded. Together we would defy the odds, standing firm against the tide of despair, even if we were to drown. The world was fractured, but it still flickered with the remnants of hope, the echoes of laughter, the warmth of dreams, the incandescent glow of friendship. And as we pushed through the chaos, the sirens faded, replaced by the murmurs of resilience, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, we could still find light. The ground trembled beneath us, a heartbeat reverberating in time with our own, and we moved forward, each step a defiance against the encroaching darkness. No conclusions. No endings. Just raw emotion, just the pulse of life, echoing through every corner of our existence. The storm was far from over, it had only just begun. The air crackled with the weight of silence, thick and suffocating, just before the storm. I stood there, camera in hand, heart racing like a wild stallion ready to burst from its pen. The world was painted in shades of ash and fire, and I felt every pulse of it coursing through my veins. A soldier, young and weary, lay crumpled on the ground, the remnants of his dreams scattered like shrapnel. I remember the way his eyes flickered, searching for something beyond this chaos, something worth fighting for. I remember the moment he took his last breath, a fragile whisper swallowed by the cacophony of distant explosions. Myra was beside me, her brow furrowed, a single tear carving a path down her cheek. She was a war correspondent, yet she was also a woman fiercely trying to hold onto her humanity amidst the horror. The camera felt heavy in her hands, a burden that did not just capture images but demanded a soul's worth of truth. "We need to get this out," she whispered, her voice trembling against the backdrop of screams and sirens. "People need to see. They need to understand." I could feel her desperation, raw and unyielding. It clawed at my heart, a relentless beast hungry for acknowledgement. I wanted to scream, to tell her that no one ever truly understands. Not the ones in their cozy homes, clutching their coffee cups, oblivious to the suffocating dread that hangs in the air like a noose. But instead, I nodded, tightening my grip on the camera, willing it to capture not just the image but the essence of despair. And there he was, Adam, a soldier caught in the grip of war's cruel embrace, standing against the backdrop of a crumbling city. He was a monument to failure and hope, a paradox of courage wrapped in fear. I could see it in his eyes, the flickering light of a dream that had turned into a nightmare. "I don't want to die here," he muttered, and for a haunting moment, it felt like he was speaking for all of us. "I just want to go home." His voice grated against the world around us, a desperate plea swallowed by gunfire and smoke. I remember a time before the war, a time when we laughed and danced in sunlit streets. I remember dreams unshackled by the weight of reality. But now, all that felt like a distant echo, a ghost haunting the shadow of what once was. As the battle raged on, I turned my lens toward Adam. My heart raced, each beat a countdown to a moment captured in time. He was a young man, not much older than 21, yet already a casualty of a conflict that promised to devour him whole. "What do you want us to tell them?" I called out, my voice barely cutting through the roar of chaos. "I want them to know we're here," he shouted, defiance mingled with despair. "Tell them we're fighting for something, anything." He paused, the words choking him. "Even if it's just to survive." I felt the pulse of his fear reverberate through me, a haunting melody that echoed the very essence of humanity lost in the abyss of war. Myra was framing the shot, her fingers trembling, poised on the shutter. I could see the battle within her. Each photograph she took was a piece of her soul laid bare for the world to judge. What if they don't care, she said, voice brittle as glass. What if it's all for nothing? Then we do it for ourselves, I replied, and the truth of it struck me like a bullet. We were the voices of the fallen, the ones who had no choice but to remain silent. We would bear witness, even if the world turned a blind eye. Even if it meant standing in the shadows of despair, capturing the essence of pain and the flicker of hope in the same frame. The sound of gunfire erupted again, closer now, and I could see fear clouding Adam's eyes. It was a twisted kind of beauty, this raw, visceral conflict between life and death. He was just a kid, caught in a storm not of his making, yet there he stood, a beacon of resilience against a backdrop of destruction. I remember the way he clutched his rifle, fingers white-knuckled, as if it were a lifeline. "I'm not afraid," he shouted, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him, and I felt the world spiral around us. Myra pressed the shutter, capturing that fragile moment when courage and fear collided. It was a heartbeat suspended in time, a breath caught between life and loss. Yet, as the image clicked into existence, I felt the weight of it, an indelible truth etched into the very fabric of our humanity. But then came the explosion, a thunderous cacophony that shook the ground beneath us. Dust and debris filled the air, choking us. I lost sight of Adam, the world around me dissolving into chaos. I could hear Myra's frantic breaths as she fought against the swirling darkness. "Where is he?" she gasped, panic clawing at her throat. "Adam!" I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the tempest. Time slowed, a grotesque dance of horror unfolding before us. I remember the smell of smoke, the taste of fear on my tongue, the overwhelming urge to run, to escape the madness, yet I felt rooted to the ground, trapped in this nightmare. The aftermath was a silence that echoed like a heavy bell tolling for the lost. I stumbled through the wreckage, searching for him, for any sign of life amidst the ruins. My heart pounded, each beat a desperate prayer. And then I saw him, lying against the rubble, blood seeping into the earth, merging with the soil of a land that had witnessed too much suffering already. "Please, Adam," I whispered, kneeling beside him, tears blurring my vision. "Stay with us." He looked up at me, eyes clouded but still burning with that flicker of defiance. Tell them I fought," he breathed, and I could feel the weight of his words pressing down on me like a shroud. I nodded, knowing that I would carry his story, his truth, into a world that often forgot. And as I lifted my camera one last time, I felt the raw urgency of the moment surge through me, a blend of fear, heartbreak, and unyielding resolve. In that fleeting second, I understood. We were not just witnesses, we were the voices of the silenced, the echoes of those who could no longer speak. The chaos raged on around us, but in that moment, there existed a fragile bond, an unbreakable tether of shared humanity. And when I pressed the shutter, capturing the haunting beauty of loss, I knew this was only the beginning. The battle raged outside, but we had found our ground, our truth, a flicker of light in an all-consuming darkness. And as the camera clicked, the world outside continued to spiral, unaware of the stories waiting to unfold, the hearts that would continue to beat, forever intertwined in the fabric of war. The clock on the wall ticked with a hollow, mocking rhythm, each second a relentless reminder of what had been lost. Sarah stood in the dim light of her living room, shadows draping over her like the heavy fabric of grief. The air was thick, cloying, suffocating, it felt like drowning in a sea of silence. The smell of burnt coffee lingered, a bitter testament to her inability to care for the simplest of tasks. She hadn't meant to let it boil dry, but the world outside had blurred into a haze of numbness since that day, the day the call had come. "I'm sorry, Sarah. He's gone." The words echoed in her mind like a haunting melody, a song that played on repeat in the darkest corners of her heart. The voice on the other end had been calm, too calm, as if delivering a mundane fact about the weather. But the storm inside her raged, tearing through her like a tempest. She could still hear the rustle of the receiver as she dropped it, the way it clattered against the floor, a hollow, cruel sound that radiated through the house. Outside, the world continued to turn, people moved, cars honked, laughter erupted like laughter always does in the face of despair. But Sarah was trapped in a bubble of her own making, an invisible prison where even her own heartbeat felt like an enemy whispering, "You should have been there. You should have saved him." Her brother, her anchor in a stormy sea, had slipped away, swallowed whole by the abyss of fate. In the corner of the room sat Mark, her husband, his face drawn tight with the tension of unshed tears. He reached out, his hand hovering above hers, but the distance between them stretched like an ocean, vast and unbridgeable. "Sarah, we need to talk," he said, his voice breaking, a fragile thing that echoed through the tension. But she turned away, unwilling to let him in. Grief had become a fortress, and she was its reluctant sentinel, guarding the walls with a weary spirit. Outside, the sky was painted in hues of orange and purple, a cruel contrast to the darkness that consumed her. She remembered how her brother used to chase sunsets, arms outstretched as if he could seize the sun. "Look, Sarah. If you listen closely, you can hear the stars," he had laughed, his voice like honey, sweet and full of life. How could the stars still shine when he was gone? How could anything continue in a world that had lost its light? Mark shifted, a silent plea etched on his face. "I remember when we lost your father," he spoke softly, the words spilling out like a confession. "It was the same, that hollow feeling. But we have to face it together." His gaze was steady, but Sarah felt the weight of his words like stones piled upon her chest. She wanted to scream, to rage against the universe for being so unbearably cruel. Instead, she wrapped her arms around herself, a futile attempt at self-comfort. "I can't," she finally whispered, a fragile sound that barely made it past her lips. "I can't face anything." And in that moment, her heart quaked, the truth of her despair unraveling the thin threads of resolve she had clung to. Suddenly, the door swung open, and her mother stepped in, a whirlwind of grief and denial. "Sarah, have you eaten? You need to take care of yourself," she said, her voice a high-pitched tremor that cracked like ice underfoot. But the words fell flat, mere echoes in the cavern of sorrow that surrounded them. Her mother's presence was both a comfort and an ache, a reminder of all that had been lost. As Helen moved through the room, she caught sight of the photo on the mantel, the three of them together, arms around each other, smiles frozen in time. It felt like a ghost, a fleeting whisper of a laughter that no longer existed. "He would want us to remember the good times," Helen said, her eyes welling up. "We need to hold on to those memories." But what good were memories when they cut so deeply? Sarah felt the weight of it all crush her, the memories piled on top of each other like stones in a grave. She closed her eyes, and suddenly she was there again, the day they had laughed, danced in the rain, and spun stories under the moonlight. "I remember," she gasped, her breath catching in her throat, "I remember every moment." Each memory was a shard of glass, beautiful yet treacherous, slicing through her heart as she tried to hold onto them. "I remember," she continued, voice trembling, "the way he would tease me about my terrible taste in music, how he'd sing off-key just to make me laugh. I remember standing by his bedside, watching him fade. I remember thinking that I could save him, that love could save him." With each repetition, her heart cracked a little more, splintering under the weight of her grief. "But I couldn't," she sobbed, breaking the dam of composure she had built around herself. The tears flowed freely now, hot and unyielding, each drop a testimony to the love she had lost. Mark closed the distance between them, wrapping his arms around her tightly, as if he could absorb the pain radiating off her body. "You're not alone, Sarah." "You never were," he murmured, but the truth of his words felt like a distant echo. She felt the warmth of his body, the steady rhythm of his heart against her cheek, and for a moment, it was enough to ease the ache. But it was fleeting, like the last rays of twilight before the shadows swallowed the world whole. The ghost of her brother lingered in the corners of her mind, a constant presence, demanding acknowledgement. The clock continued to tick, each second a reminder that life moved forward, indifferent to her suffering. As darkness enveloped the room, the shadows danced along the walls, whispering secrets she couldn't understand. The air vibrated with unspoken words, and she felt the weight of loss pressing down on her, an inescapable force that threatened to consume her whole. She wanted to scream into the night, to howl at the stars that continued to shine as if in mocking defiance. And just when she thought she might suffocate in the depths of her despair, a flicker of light broke through. The memory of her brother's laughter bubbled to the surface, a reminder that perhaps, in the depths of grief, there was still a spark of joy to be found. But it was fleeting, like the shimmering reflection of a candle on a darkened wall, teasing her with the possibility of hope. "Maybe," she whispered, hesitant, "maybe we can learn to carry him with us, not just in sorrow, but in love." It was the first glimpse of light in a world cloaked in shadows, a fragile thread binding her to life. But as quickly as it came, the light flickered, and the shadows loomed larger, threatening to engulf her once more. The clock ticked on, the world continued to spin, and she stood at the precipice of grief, caught between the weight of loss and the fragile hope that lay just beyond her reach. The battle was just beginning. The sky was bruised, a swirling mass of anger and dread. It stretched above the city, a canvas of darkness bespeaking chaos. A tremor rippled through the air as the echoes of a siren wailed, slicing through the silence like a knife through flesh. I stood there, heart thundering, feet rooted in the asphalt. This was the aftermath, the heavy weight of decision and consequence pressing down on me. I could barely breathe, each shallow gasp punctuated by the distant cries of a city waking up to its worst nightmare. "Lena!" A voice pierced through the din, desperation hanging on the edge of his tone like a noose. Ethan was sprinting toward me, panic etched across his face. His eyes, usually so full of warmth, were now wild, like a hunted animal. I could see the tremors in his hands, the way his body moved as if the ground beneath him was shifting too fast. "You have to listen to me." I wanted to scream back that I couldn't listen, not right now. Not when the walls felt like they were closing in, when the air was thick with the smell of burnt rubber and fear. But there was something in his eyes, something that pulled me closer, like gravity. "What is it?" I managed, voice trembling. "It's not just us," he said, breathless. "They're coming for everyone. The balance has tipped." Tipped. An innocent word, but it felt like a boulder crashing down. I remembered my life before the sirens, before the shadows crept in, swallowing the light. I remembered laughter echoing in the halls, dreams painted in bright hues, futures woven with golden threads. I wanted to reach back, I wanted to grasp at those memories like a lifeline. "What do you mean, Ethan? Who's coming?" And then there was a flash in his eyes, a flicker of something darker, the unmasking of truths that had been buried so deep even the stars hadn't known. "The Council. They've lost their grip. They're desperate. They'll do anything to hold on." Just behind him, the city thrummed with a heartbeat of its own, a living, breathing entity that had seen too much. I could feel it in my bones, the way the pavement pulsed beneath my feet, the tremor of power shifting, like tectonic plates sliding against each other. The Council, a name that had held power like an iron fist, and now it was crumbling, fracturing under the weight of its own greed. "And us? What do we do?" Ethan hesitated, a shadow crossing his face. "We fight." The word struck me, sharp and cold. Fight. It conjured images of blood and fire, the taste of ash on my tongue, the haunting cries of those who had fought before us. I had seen it in the eyes of those who lived in the alleys, those who had lost everything to the Council's insatiable hunger. I hadn't wanted to be part of that world, hadn't wanted to face the darkness. But now, it felt as if the darkness had come knocking at my door, and I couldn't turn away. I remember the night we first heard whispers of rebellion, gathered around a flickering fire like moths drawn to a flame, the air thick with smoke and murmurs of hope. Hope had felt so fragile then, like a candle flickering against the storm. But now, as I stood with Ethan, the weight of that hope of rebellion was heavy like a sword strapped to my back. "I can't do this," I whispered, the truth spilling out like blood from an open wound. What if we fail?" But in that moment, something shifted in Ethan's gaze. It was a mixture of determination and something more visceral, fear and fury, intertwined like a serpent swallowing its own tail. "Then we die fighting. But we won't go down without a scream." His words ignited something within me, a flicker in the void. My heart pounded, a war drum urging me forward, pushing me closer to the precipice of what was to come. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Shadows lurked just beyond the edges of my vision, hidden corners of the city teeming with those who had tasted power and craved more. Those who would stop at nothing to reclaim what they had lost. As we moved deeper into the city, a haunting silence enveloped us, thick as fog. The streets were a graveyard of abandoned hopes, remnants of a civilization teetering on the brink. The lampposts flickered uneasily, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms, and I sensed their whispers echoing through the alleys. "Join us! Join us!" And then there was MIA, standing at the corner, her face illuminated by the orange glow of a dying streetlight. There was a wildness in her, hair disheveled and eyes bright with defiance. "You're too late," she spat, words laced with venom. "The council's already lost control. They're clawing at the walls, but it's too late for them." I could see the fire in her, the rage boiling just beneath the surface. I remembered the way we used to sit on the rooftop, sharing dreams under the stars, how life had felt infinite then. But now, everything was splintering, and the air tasted of ash, of dreams turned to dust. "You can't just stand by, Lena," she continued, her voice rising like the swell of a tide. "You have to choose. Either stand with us or watch it all burn." I swallowed hard, the choice suffocating me. The city was alive, trembling with anticipation, each heartbeat echoing louder as if the universe itself was counting down to something monumental. I could feel the shift deep in my bones, a tectonic upheaval of emotions and desires, ambitions and fears. It was a moment suspended in time, a breath held in anticipation of the chaos to come. "Together," Ethan said, breaking through the suffocating silence, his voice fierce like a raging storm. "We stand together." And I realized then, in the heart of that turmoil, that this was not just about power or control. It was about us, the fragile, flawed humans caught in the crossfire of it all. The aftermath awaited us, an uncharted territory filled with shadows and echoes of who we used to be. We were not simply players in a game, we were the very essence of this city, and its fate rested in our hands. As I looked at Ethan and MIA, the weight of responsibility crashed over me like a tidal wave. "Then let's make our stand," I whispered, feeling the energy shift again, an electric current beneath our skin. "Let's wake the ghosts." The night was still young, and the city was waiting. The aftermath was just beginning, and the echoes of our choices would resonate through eternity. The sky bled orange as the sun sank into an abyss of smoke. The city was a hollow shell, echoing with the roar of chaos, a cacophony of clashing metal and the desperate cries of those who didn't believe it could come to this. I stood at the edge, watching the grim ballet unfold before me, every heartbeat pounding a rhythm of dread against my chest. This was not just a battlefield, it was a theater of faith, where belief and reality collided like the swords of two warring factions. I remember the smell, sweat mingling with blood, a stench that clung to the air like a ghost refusing to let go. And in the midst of it, I saw her, Elara, fierce and unyielding, her eyes bright with fire yet shadowed by a darkness that threatened to consume her. She fought not just for survival, but for the soul of a shattered faith. Her beliefs, once a guiding light, now flickered like a candle in a storm. "What do we even stand for?" she screamed, slicing through the air, her voice a desperate plea for clarity amidst the chaos. I remember standing beside Thomas, his hands trembling on the hilt of his sword, uncertainty etched into the lines of his face. He was a man of conviction, yet here he was, grappling with the weight of his own doubts. "Do we fight for God, or for ourselves?" he muttered, each word a dagger of despair piercing the fabric of his soul. The ground beneath us shook, a violent reminder that the world was unraveling, and the answers he sought were buried deep within the heart of the storm. The clash of steel erupted, sending shockwaves through the air. I was swept into the frenzy, adrenaline coursing through my veins, each thrust of a sword echoing a question that haunted every heart: what if we were wrong? The very foundation of our beliefs trembled as brother fought brother, faith splintering like glass underfoot. I had always thought that faith was unshakable, a fortress against the world's darkness. But standing here, witnessing the brutal unraveling, I felt the walls crumble around me. Elara's blade met flesh, a visceral connection that sent shockwaves through her spirit. With each strike, she carved her doubts into the bodies of the fallen, yet the victory felt hollow, tinged with anguish. "Is this what we've become?" she cried, her voice cracking under the weight of a broken heart. And yet, within that heartbreak lay a flicker of something else, an awakening. The battle called for more than just strength, it demanded a reckoning. I remember the stillness that followed, a moment suspended in time, where the world held its breath. the air crackled with tension, and in that silence, a truth emerged, heavy and undeniable. Faith is not a shield, it is a mirror reflecting our darkest fears and wildest hopes. And in the shadows, I saw them, ghosts of the past, whispering tales of old, urging us to listen. They spoke of prophets and martyrs, of moments that transformed belief into something greater than mere words. Thomas fell to his knees, the weight of his sword too heavy to bear. "What if God has forsaken us?" he shouted into the void, a question that reverberated through the chaos. Ilara paused, bloodied and breathless, as if the universe had conspired to bring them to this precipice. "Or what if he's waiting for us to choose?" she replied, a spark igniting in her eyes. That spark was a flicker of hope in the depths of despair, a reminder that belief is not simply inherited, it is forged in the fires of conflict. The battle raged on, but the true fight shifted within, a confrontation between faith and doubt, hope and despair. I saw the faces of the fallen, each one a testament to the struggle that transcended the battlefield. Their eyes told stories of faith reshaped, beliefs transformed into something raw and unfiltered, each life a chapter in a narrative far grander than any one of us could comprehend. I remember the sound of laughter, strangely out of place amidst the carnage, a fleeting moment where the absurdity of our situation crashed down upon us like a tidal wave. They bathed once a year, and yet here we are, fighting like hell. Ilara joked, her laughter a desperate attempt to carve light from darkness. It was a reminder that even in our most profound struggles, there exists a sliver of absurdity, a fleeting joy that can't be extinguished. As night descended, the battlefield transformed into a haunting landscape, shadows stretching long as if time itself was trying to escape. I thought of the cosmos, vast, indifferent, and felt a chill creeping down my spine. In this chaos, we were but specks of dust, fighting for something greater than ourselves, trying to make sense of the madness. I looked to Ilara and Thomas, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, and felt the threads of our destinies intertwine. The battle was not just physical, it was a crucible for the soul, a place where faith was forged anew in the fires of conflict. I could see it in their eyes, the flicker of understanding, the hint of rebirth. The world may have been crumbling, but within the ruins, seeds of belief were taking root, defying the darkness. "We may lose this battle," Thomas whispered, "but we won't lose ourselves." His voice was a fragile promise, a vow that resonated deeper than the clash of swords. In those moments, as the final cries of the wounded echoed through the night, I felt the weight of our choices pressing down like an invisible shroud. The implications were staggering. Faith reshaped by conflict, beliefs transformed by the very act of living, of fighting, of loving in the face of despair. This was the essence of the human spirit. The battle had not just reshaped our beliefs, it had awakened something long dormant within us. And as I stood there, at the edge of the abyss, I knew this was just the beginning. The night was still young, and the echoes of our choices would resonate through time, a haunting melody of hope and despair, loss and rebirth. The world around us might have fallen into shadows, but within us, a light flickered, waiting for the dawn. I clutched my heart, feeling the pulse of something greater than myself, and in that moment, I understood, the battle was not over, it was merely transforming. The shadows whispered, urging me to listen, to feel, to remember, to believe once more. The air was thick with smoke and tension, the acrid scent clinging to the back of my throat like a ghost. Shadows danced among the flickering flames, they twisted and turned, morphing into specters of my past as the distant sound of clashing steel echoed through the night. I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen, their mournful cries threading through the chaos, urging me to remember. I remember the moment my life changed, the crisp snap of betrayal, like a twig breaking underfoot. My heart raced, each beat a reminder that trust was as fragile as the flickering embers that surrounded us. Jasper stood beside me, his eyes wild, reflecting the flames that seemed to reach for the heavens. He was not just my brother in arms, he was my friend, yet the weight of ambition had transformed him. I could see it in the way he clutched the hilt of his sword, knuckles white and trembling with the fear of failure gnawing at him. "We have to take the castle, now." His voice crackled with urgency, but I caught the undercurrent, desperation masked as determination. I wanted to shake him, to scream that there was more at stake than glory. I remember the stories we shared beneath the stars, how we dreamed of a world where power wasn't an insatiable beast, but a guiding light. Yet here we were, poised on the brink of destruction, and the haunting laughter of our past echoed hollowly in the distance. It felt like the universe had conspired against us. Every strategic move we had plotted had led us to this moment, where loyalty dissolved into shadows and ambition turned friends into foes. A figure emerged from the mist, cloaked in darkness, each step calculated like the ticking of a clock. The air shifted, and with it, the balance of power. Lady Althea, her reputation clinging to her like a second skin, stepped forward. I could feel Jasper's tension spike, his breath hitching as he recognized the threat she posed, not just to our plan but to our very beings. She was the embodiment of cunning, wrapped in silk and ambition, a predator among the frail. "You think you can storm the castle?" Her voice sliced through the chaos, smooth yet jagged. "You're nothing but pawns in a game far beyond your grasp." I remember the chill that crept up my spine, more treacherous than the autumn wind howling outside. The truth was, we were pawns, cornered on a chessboard of power and deceit. The weight of our choices pressed down like the night sky, heavy and unyielding. We had spent years preparing for this, but in that moment, I realized preparation could only take us so far. Heartbeats quickened, the air crackled, and I felt the pulse of history in the marrow of my bones. "Your reign ends here," Jasper shouted, his voice raw, but I could see the uncertainty flutter behind his bravado. I wanted to scream at him, to tell him that those words bore the weight of 1,000 failures, that ambition was a cruel mistress. But I could only watch as Althea's lips curled into a triumphant smile, as if she already tasted victory on her tongue. Around us, the sounds of battle surged, a symphony of chaos and courage. The clashing swords, the cries of men, and the crackling of flames merged into one relentless heartbeat. This was our world now, a dark tapestry woven of courage and sacrifice, yet frayed at the edges by ambition and betrayal. I could feel the ghosts of the fallen hovering, watching, waiting for retribution. And then I remembered, our mother's voice, soft yet firm, echoing in the recesses of my mind. "Power is a double-edged sword," she had said, and I had brushed it off then, too naive to understand the depth of her words. But now, as I glanced at Jasper, I could see the truth in her warning, etched in the lines of his face. The sword was heavy, and it bit into our hands, threatening to burn us as we wielded it. Althea stepped closer, her eyes gleaming. "You don't realize what you're up against." Her voice was silky, almost seductive, yet laced with an undeniable menace. "This castle holds secrets, power far greater than you can imagine." I felt the weight of her words, pressing down on my chest like a stone. Secrets. Power. They were intoxicating, tempting, but also dangerous. I watched Jasper's resolve waver, the flicker of doubt igniting like a candle in the darkness. In that moment, I knew it was now or never. I could feel the pulse of the universe around us, time itself seeming to stretch and constrict like a noose. "We're not here for secrets," I said, my voice steady despite the storm raging within. "We're here for freedom." It was a desperate gamble, a plea wrapped in conviction. Freedom was a powerful word, and I hoped it could ignite the same spark in Jasper that it had once lit in me. But the look on Althea's face twisted into a mask of rage, and I knew I had pushed her too far. Shadows morphed around us, the darkness reaching for my soul. "You will regret those words," she hissed, and I could almost taste the venom lacing her voice. The winds outside howled as if in response, heralding the storm brewing within our hearts. And as the first clash of steel erupted nearby, I realized we were caught in a tempest of ambition, a whirlpool pulling us under. With every heartbeat, we were losing ourselves, drowning in a sea of chaos where allegiance meant nothing, and victory was a mirage that flickered just out of reach. In that frantic moment, I saw it clearly, 3 souls adrift in a world hungry for power, each battling their own demons while the shadows of the past whispered secrets of betrayal and heartache. As I locked eyes with Jasper, I saw the flicker of hope battling the deepening shadows, and I held onto that thread as if our lives depended on it, because they did. Time stretched, the universe holding its breath, and as we prepared for the collision of destiny and desperation, I felt the weight of history on our shoulders. This was more than a battle, it was the solidification of futures, a reckoning where souls would clash and the echoes of the past would ring louder than ever before. Who would emerge victorious? That question hung in the air, an unending cycle, and I could only brace myself for the storm yet to come. The air hung thick with the scent of smoke and blood, a bitter perfume that clung to the earth like a shroud. I remember standing there, feet rooted in soil that drank from the past, the echoes of cries and the clash of metal ringing in my ears. A battlefield was not merely a place, it was a living entity, a realm of pain and glory. Around me, shadows danced, flickering memories of souls lost and battles fought. It was a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat that stretched into eternity. The world was alive with tension, the silence after the storm pregnant with foreboding. In the distance, I could see Elara, her fingers clutching a tattered banner, blood-stained and frayed, like the remnants of hope itself. She was a warrior, fierce and proud, yet her spirit was haunted by the ghosts of her fallen comrades. Every scar on her body was a story that flickered behind her icy blue eyes, but it was the silence that gripped her heart. I remember when she first picked up that sword, a glimmer of light igniting her soul. Now, it felt like an anchor, dragging her deeper into a whirlpool of despair. "What have we done?" she whispered, her voice laced with a desperation that cut through the tension like a knife. And then there was Cale, his hands trembling as he held a makeshift cross, a crude symbol of faith in a world that had turned its back on divinity. His faith was his sanctuary, yet the battle had shattered the very foundation upon which it stood. "God has forsaken us," he murmured, gazing into the horizon where the sun bled into the earth, turning everything it touched into ash. The weight of his defeat hung heavy on his shoulders, a yoke he could not shake off. Each prayer he uttered felt like another brick added to the wall of doubt encasing him. He was not merely fighting for survival, he was fighting for belief itself, and with each loss, his resolve chipped away like fragile paint on a crumbling wall. "Do you remember," Elara said, her voice trembling, "the songs we sang before the dawn? The promises we made to each other?" The memories danced between us, bright flickers of innocence against the backdrop of their harrowing reality. I could almost hear the laughter, feel the warmth of camaraderie that once enveloped them like a warm embrace. But laughter had become a ghost, and the songs were silenced by the roar of the battlefield and the cries of the dying. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows crept in, thickening the air with a suffocating darkness. It was then that we felt the weight of the consequences pressing heavily upon our chests. The battle had not just claimed lives, it had torn apart the very fabric of our beliefs. The sky, once a canvas of hope, now loomed above like a silent witness to our downfall. The stars blinked like unfeeling eyes, indifferent to our suffering, and in that moment, I saw them, those flickers of doubt in Elara's eyes and the despair coiling around Cale's heart like a serpent. "Do they come back?" Cale asked, his voice a fragile whisper lost in the wind. "Do the ones we lost find their way back to us?" It was a question that lingered in the air, heavy with longing and dread. I wanted to tell him that the dead were not ghosts to be summoned back, they were memories woven into the very fabric of our existence. But how do you explain that to a man whose faith is crumbling like brittle parchment? Instead, I looked into the darkness, seeking answers in the void, in the shadows that seemed to beckon us closer. The night unfurled itself around us, a blanket of despair and uncertainty, yet within that darkness lay the seeds of transformation. The battle might have forged a deeper chasm between faith and doubt, but it also illuminated the cracks in our beliefs. Elara and Cale were not just figures carved from stone, they were the embodiment of humanity, flawed and searching. As they wrestled with their demons, a flicker of something brighter began to take shape. It was raw, it was uncomfortable, but it was alive, an awakening born from the ashes of devastation. Tension hung thick in the air, the remnants of the battle echoing like a ghostly symphony. The clash of swords had faded, replaced by the unsettling silence of reflection. I could feel the unrelenting pulse of time, a clock ticking ominously somewhere in the distance as if counting down to an uncertain fate. I remembered the dreams that haunted me, visions of a world reborn, an echo of faith mingling with doubt, the cries of the lost merging into a cacophony of yearning. What would we become? Who would we be when the dust settled, when the blood dried, and the memories began to fade? As the night deepened, our hearts beat in resonance with the shifting shadows around us. We were tethered together by our pain, yet our paths diverged like branches of a broken tree. Elara's eyes sparkled with a fierce determination, a fire rekindled from the embers of despair. We can't let them be forgotten, she breathed, her voice steady with conviction. We must sing their names into the night. It was a promise that ignited something deep within me, a glimmer of hope that flickered defiantly against the darkness. Cale, too, found strength in the ashes of his faith, a ghost of belief flickering in his chest. If we remember them, if we speak their names, perhaps they'll find peace, he said, a tentative smile breaking through the veil of sorrow. In that moment, the weight of their burden shifted, transformed into something beautiful yet terrifying. And so, as shadows deepened and the stars bore witness, we stood on the precipice of transformation. The legacy of the battle stretched before us, a tapestry both fractured and vibrant, rich with stories yet to be told. I remember the way the night embraced us, an infinite expanse of possibility and dread. We were but whispers in the wind, yet within that vulnerability lay the promise of resurrection. In the end, it wasn't merely about the war fought on the battlefield, it was the war of the soul, the awakening of faith amidst doubt. The true legacy of the battle would not be written in blood and victory, but in the stories we carried, in how we chose to honor the fallen, and in the unyielding light that flickered defiantly in the hearts of those still standing. The clock continued to tick, the night wrapped around us like a shroud, but the battle for belief was just beginning, and I could feel it thrumming in the air, a pulse, a heartbeat, a promise yet to unfold. I remember the air thick with dust, clinging to the skin like memories we can't shake off. It was a sepulchral silence that draped over the crumbling walls of the old library, where the echoes of history whispered like ghosts in the shadows. Outside, the world spun on, unaware of the tempest brewing within these sacred halls. The clock ticked relentlessly, each second a reminder of the urgency pulsing through my veins. The air was electric, a crackling tension that felt like it could ignite at any moment. Evelyn stood at the center of the room, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the spines of aging tomes lined up like sentinels, guarding secrets that could shatter her fragile world. She was a historian, yes, a seeker of truths buried beneath layers of time. But this truth, this one particular interpretation, clawed at her insides like a ravenous beast. It was a truth that could unravel the very fabric of her beliefs, and she was scared to death. I can't, she whispered to herself, her breath hitching as if the words were a ball of fire lodged in her throat. Frustration surged through her, hot and suffocating, as she fought against the avalanche of doubt threatening to swallow her whole. The ghosts of the past seemed to loom closer, their whispers growing louder, taunting her with half-formed memories of long-gone scholars who had grappled with the same questions. Evelyn wasn't just fighting against history, she was wrestling with her own heart, her convictions crumbling like brittle parchment. In the corner, shadowed and brooding, was Marcus. He was a historian like her, but he wore his cynicism like armor. The world had jaded him, left scars etched into his soul. He scoffed at the grand narratives they were taught to revere, dismissing them with a sardonic twist of his lips. "You think they cared about the truth?" he hissed, the words slithering through the silence like poison. "They twisted reality to fit their agendas, just like we do. We're no different." The fire ignited in Evelyn's chest, more than fear now, anger, an unquenchable flame that burned with every word he spat. "You don't believe that," she shot back, her voice sharper than the edge of a sword. "You're afraid to believe anything at all. You hide behind your cynicism, Marcus, but what if there's something worth fighting for?" The tension between them crackled, and I felt it wrap around my ribs, constricting, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. Evelyn's eyes blazed with passion, a stark contrast to the dimness of the room. She was a candle flickering against the encroaching darkness, and he was the wind threatening to snuff her out. I remember the stories," she murmured, more to herself than to him, her voice trailing off as her gaze drifted to the glass case at the far end of the room, where an ancient map lay buried beneath layers of glass. It was a tapestry of time, threads of history woven into its delicate surface. Every line, every mark tells a story of someone who lived and loved and lost. They deserve to be remembered, don't they? Her words hung in the air, heavy with longing, and Marcus's expression shifted as if he were finally seeing the flicker of light in the depths of her eyes. But what if we're not the ones to tell it? What if we're just echoing someone else's lies? His voice was low, almost pleading, and it struck a chord deep within her. She stepped closer, the distance between them cracking with tension. Then let's tell it differently. Let's give them voices they never had. Let's rewrite the narrative. But the weight of history was a relentless tide, pulling them toward the abyss of uncertainty. Outside, the sky darkened, shadows creeping across the cobbled streets, and for a moment, I could see their fears reflected in the way they held themselves. Evelyn, the burning desire to uncover the truth, and Marcus, the desperate need to shield himself from the pain of betrayal. "Do you think it's possible?" he breathed, his guarded facade crumbling like the ruins of ancient civilizations they studied. "Do you really think we can shift the tides of history?" "I do," she said, and the sheer conviction in her voice made my heart race. "But we have to start right now, before it's too late." As she turned back to the books, the past seemed to close in on them. The air thickened with the weight of unspoken words, and I could feel the tension mounting like the pressure before a storm. Evelyn reached for a dusty volume, the spine cracked and worn, and in that moment, the clock chimed, a deep, resonant sound that echoed through the silence, each note a countdown to an unknown future. The shadows stretched, reaching out like fingers grasping for something just out of reach, and I could sense the urgency rising like the swell of a tide. The world outside might have remained blissfully ignorant, but within these walls, the battle for truth and interpretation raged on, fierce and unrelenting. As Evelyn and Marcus stood at the precipice of revelation, I felt the pulse of history thundering in my ears, the heartbeat of countless souls lost in the whisper of time, the weight of their stories pressing against the walls of this library. The air crackled with possibility, thick with the electric tension of uncharted territory. They were standing on the edge, ready to leap into the unknown, where the past and present collided in a whirlwind of emotion and conflict. And that's where we lingered, trapped in the moment, caught between what was and what could be, a restless silence that promised to transcend centuries, spiraling toward an inevitable confrontation with the ghosts of their own making. The clock ticked on, relentless, echoing through the library like a heartbeat that would never cease. The clock strikes midnight, its echo a hollow reminder that time is relentless, marching forward while the past lingers like a ghost. I stand at the edge of the battleground, the air thick with the weight of memories, where echoes of forgotten screams coil around my heart like vines, squeezing tighter with every breath. In the dark, shadows dance with the flickering light of a lone candle, illuminating faces twisted in anguish, forever etched into the fabric of this place. I remember Clara, her laugh ringing like a bell, a melody that once filled the air with warmth. She was vibrant and fierce, a warrior in her own right, though she never held a sword. Her spirit fought battles against doubt, against a world that wanted to silence her joy. I see her now, standing on the precipice of, what? Hope? Despair? Perhaps both, tangled together like the roots of an ancient tree. Her eyes glisten like wet stones, and I ache to reach out, to pull her back from the brink of whatever darkness consumes her thoughts. "Do you think they remember us?" she whispers, a question that hangs, heavy with regret. It cuts deeper than any blade, the sharpness of truth echoing in her voice. Each word is a thread, pulling us back to that day, when the air was thick with smoke, and the ground trembled beneath the weight of our fears. I can still taste the salt of tears and sweat, feel the pulse of adrenaline as we clashed against our fates. I remember the faces of our comrades, each one a story, each one a light snuffed out too soon. Then there's Malcolm, a tower of defiance wrapped in a cloak of cynicism. He had a way of laughing at the absurdity of it all, as if he could mock death itself. "They'll carve our names into stone," he'd joke, rolling his eyes. "As if that'll keep us alive." But deep down, I could see the tremor in his hands, the way his laughter faded when he thought no one was watching. The scars on his soul ran deeper than any blade could cut. He was haunted, not by the ghosts of his past, but by the uncertainty of his present. "What if they forget?" he asks, the question punctuating the silence like a gunshot. I reach for them, for the lost moments, the laughter that once filled this void. "I remember," I whisper, and the words tumble out like stones in a river. I remember the way the sun pierced through the clouds that day, illuminating the battlefield like an unholy spotlight. I remember the smell of iron, blood mingling with earth, a scent that clings to the memories like a lover's embrace. Clara's gaze shifts to the horizon, where the shadows swallow the light, a metaphor too poignant to ignore. "It's silent now," she murmurs, and the silence wraps around us, thick and suffocating. But does silence mean they've forgotten? Her voice trembles, vulnerability spilling over the edges, and I can feel the weight of her worry wrapping around my heart, anchoring me in place. You think they don't remember? Malcolm scoffs, but the tremor in his voice betrays him. They might move on, but we're here, and every year, we gather, we honor them. His eyes dart to the forgotten markers, the faded names etched into stone. What does it matter if they forget? We carry them in our bones. And that's it, the truth that pierces through the fog. We are haunted by those we've lost, those who fought and fell on this cursed land. We become living memorials, a tapestry woven with their pain and courage. I remember the cold December night when we lit candles, each flame a flicker of hope in the darkness, a reminder that names can fade, but the spirit cannot. The anniversary approaches, the specter of remembrance looming like a storm cloud, threatening to break. I can see the townsfolk gathering, their faces solemn, eyes glistening with the weight of shared grief. They bring flowers, wreaths, tokens left at the foot of those cold stones that stand like sentinels. I envy their resolve, their ability to honor the past while moving forward. Clara and Malcolm turn to me, uncertainty etched into their features. What do we say? Malcolm asks, voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to shatter the stillness. We say their names, I reply, each syllable a prayer. We tell their stories. And so we gather, voices trembling but resolute, in the place where the battle raged. The weight of their memories fills the air, thick and heavy, as we share tales of bravery, of love, of dreams cut short. I watch as Clara's eyes fill with tears, and Malcolm's laughter turns to sobs, raw and unrestrained, as we invoke the names of those who never got to see another sunrise. The stars above watch silently, twinkling like the distant memories we hold dear. I remember how Clara spoke about the cosmos, how stars are born from the ashes of those lost, how every flicker of light is a reminder that life continues, even in tragedy. They're out there, she had said, pointing at the sky. Watching over us. But tonight, as we gather, I feel the shadows creeping closer, wrapping around us like a dark embrace. The wind carries whispers of the past, of lives intertwined with ours, each story a thread in the fabric of our collective memory. We honor them, I say, even as a shiver runs down my spine. We remember. And as we stand together, hands clasped tightly, the separation between past and present blurs. For every heartbeat that echoes within us, for every breath that stirs the air, we become a haunting echo of their lives. The battle is not forgotten, it lives on in us, in every moment we choose to remember. The candles flicker, shadows dancing widely, as if the spirits are joining us, pouring their sorrow into the night. I glance at Clara, at Malcolm, and in that moment, I understand. This is not just about honoring the fallen, it's about finding the strength to carry their light forward, even as the darkness looms. And so, we stand, a fragile yet unbreakable chain forged in grief, in love, in remembrance, and the night stretches onward, unyielding, waiting for the dawn. The air crackled, thick with the weight of tension, as the clock on the wall ticked like a heartbeat, steady, relentless. I could barely breathe. It was the kind of silence that roared, churning the pit of my stomach into knots as I stood in the shadow of the old battlefield, where ghosts of a fractured past lingered. Shadows danced in the twilight, whispers of soldiers long gone, their faces etched in the fabric of history. I saw them, felt them, and in that moment, the weight of their unspoken stories bore down on me. Adam stood beside me, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles white under the dim street lamp. Anxiety crackled around him, a live wire leaving me to wonder if he was more afraid of the past or the future. I remember, he whispered, barely audible, as if the very act of speaking would conjure those specters. His eyes flickered with something deeper, guilt, perhaps, or the unbearable burden of survival. The night was alive, as if every shadow had its own pulse, mocking our existence. He was haunted, I could see it. 1 foot in the present, 1 foot mired in memories that clawed at his sanity. When we had found ourselves here, 2 lost souls in a tempest of emotions, I didn't know if we could withstand the onslaught of the truths we feared to face. We can't change what's been done, Adam, I said, though I felt like a coward, saying words that felt like band-aids on a gaping wound. Across the street, a solitary street musician played a mournful tune, the notes hanging in the air like smoke. I could almost see the dancers of despair twirling around him, the echoes of laughter and tears mixing into a symphony of sorrow and joy. Did the music understand the battle we fought, not just against each other but against ourselves? And then there was MIA, who had taken refuge in the shadows, her eyes glinting like steel. She watched us with a fierce intensity, the kind that could melt the coldest of hearts. I remember the first time I saw her, laughter spilling from her lips, a spark of life. Now, she seemed like a ghost of her former self, trapped in a time loop of what could have been. "You think they cared," she said, her voice sharp as a blade, directed at Adam. "They fought for nothing. Just like us." The truth hit like a punch. I wanted to scream, to shake her out of this dark spiral. "This isn't nothing." I shot back, the fire in my chest flickering dangerously. Every struggle, every drop of sweat, it matters. But the silence that followed felt like an indictment. Would we ever escape the cycle of pain, regret, and fleeting hope? The clock chimed, echoing through the empty streets, a reminder of time slipping away. I remember reading a book once, something about how the past never truly leaves us. It lingers, wraps around our bones, festers in our memories. I felt that weight pressing down on me, the ghosts of the battlefield clawing through the veil of time. How could we escape the shadows when they were so deeply entwined with our souls? MIA stepped closer, defiance radiating from her like a beacon. "The battles never end, do they? We keep fighting the same wars, just in different forms." She pointed to the city beyond, where neon lights flickered, casting an eerie glow. "Look at us. We're no different from them. We're just playing at life while the real battle rages on." Her words pierced through me, each syllable a dagger of truth. The weight of modern life felt insurmountable. We were in a constant conflict against ourselves, against the pressures, the expectations, the relentless grind of survival. The irony was almost comical. We thought we were civilized, but we were just as primal as those who fought on this very ground centuries ago. Adam's breath hitched, and I could see the flicker of recognition in his eyes. "So what do we do?" he asked, vulnerability cracking his voice. There was a boyish hope hidden beneath the armor he wore, something fragile yet fierce. "How do we fight a battle that never ends?" Mia's expression softened, just for a moment, before the steel returned. "We face it head on. We don't shy away from the ghosts. We listen." The way she said it felt like a challenge, both terrifying and exhilarating. Would we confront our fears or allow them to dictate our lives, fall victim to the very shadows that haunted us? Suddenly, the music crescendoed, a feverish urgency pulsing through the air. I felt it in my bones, the beat beckoning us closer to the precipice. Time warped around us, the past bled into the present, swirling like smoke around our feet. We were three souls standing at the edge, drawn together by the weight of our struggles. In that moment, I saw a flicker of understanding in Adam's eyes. I saw it in Mia's steely resolve. We were all fighting, each in our own way, against the tides of our lives. "I remember," I said, breaking the tension like glass shattering against stone. "I remember what it felt like to be lost." In unison, we took a step forward, the music swelling around us, weaving our stories into the fabric of the night. The air was electric, charged with possibility and pain, every heartbeat a reminder of our humanity. This battle, our battle, was real. It was messy, beautiful, and utterly relentless. And as we faced the horizon, the ghosts of the past entwined with our own, I realized we weren't just fighting for ourselves. We were fighting for each other, for the moments we wished to reclaim, for the lives we wanted to live. The clock ticked on, and somewhere in the distance, a siren wailed, a haunting reminder of the world outside our tangled emotions. But here, in the heart of the city, we were alive, and the echoes of battles past reverberated through us, urging us to continue. And continue we would. The air crackles with tension, thick enough to slice through. A gunshot echoes, a single, heart-stopping crack that shatters the suffocating silence. Sarah's breath catches in her throat, the world around her collapsing into that moment. She stands frozen, heart pounding, eyes wide, caught between fear and fierce determination. The stench of gunpowder hangs in the air, mingling with the bitter scent of betrayal. Behind her, she can hear the frantic whispers of her son, Jamie, who clings to her leg, his small body trembling. "Stay close, sweetheart," she whispers, but her voice feels foreign, shaky as if it belongs to someone else. Her hands, usually steady, tremble as she reaches to pull him into her arms. The weight of the world settles upon her shoulders, her heart a gaping wound that has seen too much too soon. She remembers happier days, memories painted in soft pastel colors, now swirling into shadows that claw at her sanity. She holds him tighter. I remember when the laughter came easier." Across the street, in the dim light, stands Mark, their neighbor, their friend, now a specter of a man. His hollow gaze pierces through the darkness, a man transformed by the chaos that has erupted. He grips his rifle, knuckles white, caught in the crosshairs of fear and resolve. The man who once shared beers and barbecue is now a soldier of his own making. "We have to fight back, Sarah," he calls out, voice raw, filled with a desperate urgency that sends chills down her spine. "Fight back? Fight back against what?" Her words are sharper than steel, cutting through the haze of adrenaline. She wants to scream, to shake him out of this delusion, but something in his eyes, the flickering flame of rage and retribution, tells her he's already lost. "Mark, this isn't who we are." But he doesn't hear her. The ghosts of night spent in laughter drown under the weight of this defining moment, smothered by the reality of their fractured world. "They took everything from us," he yells, anger boiling over, eyes ablaze with a fierce light that feels more like madness. She wants to reach out, to pull him back from the edge, but it's as if he's become a part of the shadows, a haunting reminder of what they once were. And then, silence falls again, heavy, suffocating, as if the universe is holding its breath. Jamie grips her shirt tighter, and in that grip, she feels the pulse of their shared fear, a bond of terrified love. "Mom, I'm scared," he whispers, and it's a knife twisting in her gut. She's terrified too, terrified that this is the new reality, that innocence is slipping away like sand through her fingers. I remember when fear was just a story told at bedtime." The memories flood back, vivid yet distant, like a photograph slowly fading from view. But now, in the face of chaos, those memories feel like a cruel joke. The laughter, the light, dancing sparks that once illuminated their lives, have turned into dark silhouettes lurking just beyond reach. Mark's voice breaks through her reverie. "We have to make them pay," he says, but she knows it's not just about payback. It's about vengeance, a cycle spinning into darkness. She longs to shake him, to awaken him to the simplest truth: love and hope are the only weapons that could save them now, not bullets or anger. "Please, Mark. Remember the garden? The summer barbecue." She can feel the desperation clawing at her throat, but it's not enough. He shakes his head, a stubborn child refusing to listen, lost in the fog of battle. I remember the warmth of the sun, the smell of grilled meat, the sweet laughter that floated like dreams into the air. The memories flood her senses, drowning her in longing, but they feel like a world away. "But that's gone, Sarah. We need to fight." His voice is a wild thing now, thrashing against the chains of sanity. From the corner of her eye, she sees movement, figures creeping through the shadows, their intentions cloaked in obscurity. A chill cascades down her spine, visceral and real. "Mark," she gasps, her heart racing in her chest. She feels the weight of loss pressing down, the weight of what could be taken from her again. "Stand your ground," he shouts, but the ground shifts beneath them as chaos unravels, shadows moving with purpose. She wants to scream, to plead with him to see the truth, to let go of this madness before it consumes them all. He's slipping, and she's losing him, not just to the conflict, but to the darkness within himself. The air ignites, a flash of light followed by an explosion of sound. Adrenaline surges, and Sarah's instincts kick in. She pulls Jamie low, feeling his small body tremble against hers. "We'll be okay," she whispers, though doubt gnaws at her. The world around them is a cacophony of violence, but in this moment, she will shield him with everything she has. But Mark, he is lost in this maelstrom, his vision clouded by rage. You'll see, he shouts into the void, a challenge cast to the stars. But the stars don't answer, don't offer solace. All that surrounds them is the echo of lives disrupted, dreams shattered like glass on the concrete. I remember when we were whole, she breathes, and in that breath, she feels the weight of every decision, every moment that led them here, swirling like a storm. Each heartbeat sinks to the chaos surrounding them, a pulse of fear and love intermingled. The figures emerge, faces obscured, shadows against shadows. The reality crashes down, a confrontation inevitable, a climax forged in desperation and heartbreak. This is the moment that will fracture them or unite them. But as Sarah looks into Mark's eyes, she sees only a flicker of the man he once was, trapped in a tempest of his own making. Mark, she begs, but her voice is lost in the chaos, a whisper against the storm. Come back to us. But she knows, deep down, that some lessons cut deeper than flesh, and this conflict, this war, will echo through their lives long after the guns fall silent. They are at a crossroads, and the universe holds its breath, waiting, whispering secrets only the stars can understand. In that moment, as the shadows close in, the world spins on, indifferent to their suffering, and Sarah clings to the hope that love can still light the way, even through the darkest of nights. The echoes of their choices reverberate, and in the chaos, a lesson emerges, one that will resonate long after the dust settles. There are battles worth fighting, and battles that must be avoided. The hardest lesson, sometimes, the fight is not outside but within.